Chapter 455, Decision, 1. Chapter 455, Decision, 1. After returning to the small world, Li Lingtian told them about the Tianhe zone. After Huangfu Yuyan and the others heard this, they were all shocked. For a moment, they did not have any expressions. No one knew what they thought. Of course I have to go to the Tianhe zone. Although it's not for any treasures, there are many secrets in the Tianhe zone. It's a once-in-a-million-year opportunity. If I miss it, it'll be hard to find it again. Li Lingtian looked at the girls and said calmly. This place was indeed not bad, but this time, the Tianhe zone was a good choice. If he went, he might have some opportunities inside. Even if he didn't get any benefits, at least he wouldn't regret it. If we're going to the Tianhe zone, we'll naturally follow. As long as no one else knows about it. Tang Qingyue was the first to speak. Even though it was an adventure, she would not regret it if she were to be with Li Lingtian, even if she were to encounter danger. Big sister is right, I want to go with big brother Lingtian this time. Tang Zimeng also agreed. She did not want to encounter something like Green Island. They had been separated for a few years, and it was almost a farewell. She would not be afraid even if she encountered any danger on this trip. We are the same. Although the small world is a paradise, this place is not safe. As long as we're in the Divine Dragon Ring, I believe there shouldn't be any problems. When we enter the Tianhe zone, we can take care of each other. The girls expressed their intention to follow Li Lingtian to the Tianhe zone. Actually, he was also worried about leaving Huangfu Yuyan and the others here. His identity had already been exposed. If he left Huangfu Yuyan and the others here, they would definitely be in danger. Even if nothing happened, he wouldn't feel at ease in the Tianhe zone. Since that's the case, you guys can go with us. I'll bring the maintenance team with me. This way, we can have some foundation in there. In the end, Li Lingtian decided that since they were all going, it would be easier for him to deal with any danger. Since they were all on the same side, he would not be unreasonable. Moreover, he would bring 100 guards with him. This way, he would have a certain level of security. The 100 guards were all at the third heaven and above. There were even a few fifth heaven martial monarch realm experts. With his strength, he could escape quickly even if he encountered a 7th or 8th heaven martial monarch realm expert. However, the premise was that these guards must not be seen by others. They had to hide in the Divine Dragon Ring so that when they encountered danger, they could catch them off guard. Then it's decided. During this period of time, we'll go to East River City to buy some necessities so that it won't be inconvenient inside. Huangfu Yuyan said. Shun Mei, Tang Qingyue, and the others immediately became happy. It was a girl's nature to go shopping. Li Lingtian did not say anything. As a man, he had to accompany his woman when she went shopping. After everything was decided, everyone felt a little relieved. At night, Li Lingtian went to Shun Mei's place. Although it was a very big cave, there were also some small caves inside. Each cave was about 4 to 5 square meters in size. In this way, they could live alone. With a small restriction, it was a small room. Husband. When she saw Li Lingtian's arrival, Shun Mei, who was resting on the bed, called out in a sweet voice before sitting up. Li Lingtian walked in and activated the restriction with a wave of his hand. He then walked to Shun Mei's side and she snuggled into Li Lingtian's arms. The two of them were already husband and wife, so naturally, they were more casual. However, in front of outsiders, Shun Mei still couldn't let go. Although she had the body of charm and was naturally charming, her heart was extremely pure. This was also the perfect combination of charm and purity. Perhaps you'll have a breakthrough in your cultivation base when you go to the Tianhe zone this time. Li Lingtian held Shun Mei in his arms and gently stroked her back. Shun Mei was already a Tier 4 martial emperor powerhouse, but it would be extremely difficult for her to advance further after reaching the rank of a martial emperor. This might be an opportunity. The next day, when Li Lingtian and Shen Mei woke up, the other girls had already woken up. The two of them went to the pool to wash up. Tang Zimeng and the others were already urging them. When the girls talked about shopping, they were excited and could not wait any longer. Big brother Ling Tian, can you do it? Hurry up, it's almost noon. Tang Zimeng shouted anxiously when she saw Li Lingtian's leisurely manner. She hopped over and grabbed Li Lingtian's arm, dragging him forward. Little girl, what's the rush? Li Lingtian pinched Tang Zimeng's little face in annoyance. Of course we're anxious. We're going shopping. Shopping is such an important thing, so we naturally have to put it first. Tang Zimeng said with a sweet expression on her face. Even though she was not as intimate as Li Lingtian, the two of them were already extremely intimate. Besides, they were already engaged to each other. All right. Li Lingtian felt helpless as well. He could only admit defeat when he saw Huangfu Yuyan and the rest waiting in front of him. He would not be able to gain any advantage if he was alone. Theoretically speaking, he would only be at a disadvantage. Instead of looking for trouble, he might as well submit. The girls raised their heads and made a provocative gesture, meaning that they were tactful. After leaving the small world, the few of them flew quickly. The distance of 2 miles was only a moment for their cultivation. After entering East River City, the few girls were as happy as birds released from a cage. He bought all the beautiful accessories and interesting things he saw. Li Lingtian watched as the girls went on a shopping spree in front of him. He had no choice but to clean up behind them and pay them spiritual stones continuously. Actually, a few spirit stones was nothing to him. As long as the girls were happy, it was fine. Countless martial artists stared at the few peerless beauties with their eyes wide open. Any one of them was a peerless beauty that could topple cities. He did not expect so many beautiful women to appear at once. They all wanted to step forward to fawn over him, but when they saw Li Lingtian behind them, they quickly moved aside. Who is he? Could it be that such a peerless beauty is with him? Is he very powerful? So many beauties are with him. He's too powerful. In Eastern River City, there was hardly anyone who did not know Li Lingtian. However, there were only a few who had actually seen him. Naturally, they did not know who Li Lingtian was. However, when they saw that the other warriors did not dare to approach him, they asked curiously. However, he only received a roll of his eyes and a look of disdain. I don't know who he is, but I know the few in the middle. They are people from the small world. The last time we distributed the medicinal pills, it was them. It seems that they are also maids. That's right. Those few most beautiful beauties are definitely related to the sacred pill master. In the small world, only the pill saint master is a man. From the looks of it, could he be the pill saint master? Is the pill saint master that young? Could it be that you're only 20 years old? Becoming a saint alchemist at the age of 20, isn't that too heaven-defying? Along the way, Li Lingtian seemed to be deaf as he ignored the countless discussions. He only paid the spiritual stones with a faint smile on his face. Big brother Ling Tian, hurry up. Tang Zimeng was holding a few beautiful accessories in her hands. She asked Li Lingtian to help her put them away. When she saw that Li Lingtian was still behind her, she called out to him in a sweet and crisp voice, which mesmerized countless powerhouses. However, when they heard this voice, they all understood. This suave young man was really the legendary alchemy saint, the alchemy saint who had refined the Tier 7 mutated peerless great rejuvenating pill. After learning of Li Lingtian's identity, no one dared to lay their eyes on the peerless beauties anymore. Those evil gazes had long since disappeared. Although they did not intentionally avoid Li Lingtian and the others, they intentionally moved aside little. Naturally, Li Lingtian knew that the warriors had recognized him, but he did not mind at all. Chapter 456, 2. Chapter 456, 2. After a day of shopping, Li Lingtian was almost paralyzed. For a Supreme Realm expert who cultivated the true dragon body barrier, his physique was as strong as a true dragon. However, after a day of shopping, he felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. He also understood that there were also places where girls could not compare to men, and shopping was one of them. Even he couldn't compare to these girls. He didn't understand why girls were so energetic when they went shopping. These girls looked delicate, fair, and delicate. When they went shopping, which one of them was so fierce? It made him feel a little ashamed. Logically speaking, he would not feel tired even if he fought with a martial emperor. However, shopping was just so boring. Big brother, come and take a look at what we bought today. That's right, big brother Ling Tian, come over. Husband, what do you think of this? Ling Tian, look at you, hee hee. When they returned to the pocket dimension, Li Lingtian was half reclining on a chair outside while Tang Qingyue and the rest chattered non-stop in the cave. They were all comparing the items they had chosen. They laughed when they saw Li Lingtian's expression. They wanted Li Lingtian to admire them too. Great aunties, I beg you, don't torture me. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly. After he finished speaking, he stopped moving and laid on the reclining chair as if he would never get up. This action caused Huangfu Yuyan and the others to giggle. Soon, Shun Mei and Tang Qingyue came to Li Lingtian's side. One of them massaged his head while the other massaged his legs. Their soft little hands gently massaged his body, causing Li Lingtian to moan in pleasure. Husband, how is it? Is it better? Ling Tian, is this okay? The two of them asked gently as they massaged, looking extremely concerned. Yes. That's all. Li Lingtian closed his eyes as he enjoyed the service of these two peerless beauties. He believed that he was the first person in the entire divine martial continent to enjoy such an experience. These two peerless beauties were both peerless existences. It was very rare to see them in the divine martial continent. Furthermore, it was even more difficult to see the two of them together. Unknowingly, Li Lingtian fell asleep comfortably. When he woke up, everyone else had gone back to rest except for Shun Mei and Tang Qingyue, who were still massaging him gently. When Li Lingtian woke up and saw Tang Qingyue and Shun Mei's state, his heart ached for them. After such a long time, their hands must be sore, but they did not stop. You too, don't massage me when I'm asleep. Li Lingtian chided her for a while as he held her hands. Her hands were as white as jade, smooth and soft. As she spoke, she gently massaged the two pairs of small hands. After such a long time, they must be sore. Although they were martial artists, such massages were not something they could withstand. Husband. Ling Tian. The two ladies were extremely sweet. Although Li Lingtian sounded like he was blaming them, their hearts ached for him. He did not blame them at all but showed concern for them. Her two pairs of hands allowed Li Lingtian to caress them with a sweet expression on her face. Husband, it's already late. Let's rest. Yeah, you've been tired all day. Take a rest first. You'll recover tomorrow. The two ladies spoke almost at the same time. Li Lingtian was taken aback. It was obvious that they wanted to be intimate with Li Lingtian. However, although the two girls spent a lot of time together, they never met each other. Ling Tian, go to Mei. Husband, go to Sister Qingyue. The two ladies spoke at the same time. Li Lingtian's face broke into a strange smile. The two ladies were peerless beauties, yet they were actually giving in to him on this matter. You two accompany me today. Li Lingtian looked at Tang Qingyue and Shun Mei with a burning passion in his heart. He did not expect such a thought to appear in his mind and could not believe it when he said it. The two of us. The three of us. Shun Mei pointed at Tang Qingyue, but Tang Qingyue had put Li Lingtian and Shun Mei together. She was so embarrassed that she could not even lift her head. They had never thought of such a thing. Back in the room, it was not a big deal for them to be with Li Lingtian because they were his women and everything belonged to him. However, they could not let it go in front of outsiders. Furthermore, they had no time to react to Li Lingtian's suggestion of the three of them being together. Yes. Last time when we were healing, although we weren't too intimate, it wasn't a big deal. We were just resting. There was nothing else. The two of you. Li Lingtian smiled as he looked at the two blushing beauties. He felt a sense of comfort. He had been tormented by them today, but he was no longer tired after seeing the two girls' shyness. After saying that, he walked back to his room. He was just joking with Tang Qingyue and Shun Mei. He naturally wouldn't make things difficult for the two girls. Besides, either of the two beauties could make her proud. If the two of them were together, he really didn't dare to imagine it. Husband, wait a moment. Lingtian, wait a minute. Aren't we just sleeping and resting? Mei and I are both girls, so we're not afraid of you. The two ladies quickly followed Li Lingtian when they saw him stand up and return to his room. Even though she was embarrassed, she wanted to be with Li Lingtian. Even if they were to snuggle in each other's arms, she would be satisfied. Li Lingtian was stunned, but he did not object. He was indeed delighted. The three of them entered the room, which was also Li Lingtian's personal training room. It was relatively spacious inside, about 10 square meters in size. This way, it was not too crowded inside. Li Lingtian activated the restriction upon entering the room. After that, the room was filled with endless scenery. Chapter 457, Early Morning. Chapter 457, Early Morning. The next day, Li Lingtian woke up very early. Normally, he would cultivate for a full cycle before sleeping. This had already become a habit. However, after accompanying Tang Qingyue and the others to shop the whole day yesterday, he felt like he was about to fall apart. After sleeping for a while, he would return to his room to make out with Tang Qingyue and Shun Mei. It was nothing to his body. However, Tang Qingyue and Shun Mei were exhausted. Although it was only once, they had completely entered the clouds. In the following days, Li Lingtian did not cultivate much. He would only occasionally comprehend his skills and cultivation techniques. He would only cultivate in his spare time. Because he was preparing to enter the Tianhe zone, he would not make any obvious progress even if he cultivated in the next few days. He might as well take a good rest outside. After entering the Tianhe zone, it would not be so easy. Fortunately, the girls did not drag him out shopping, which made him feel much more relaxed. In the pocket dimension, Tang Qingyue and the rest had already prepared everything they needed. There was no shortage of washing and using items. Li Lingtian had also prepared plenty of salt and cumin. In the wild, hunting wild beasts was the only way to fill one's stomach. He was an expert at barbecuing, so he naturally had to prepare these things accurately. He had obtained some information about the forbidden area from Shui Qingru of the Crystal Pavilion, so he had prepared quite a bit. Shui Qingru had told him everything he needed to know about the forbidden area. It was naturally worth it to spend so many spirit stones and great recovery pills in exchange for this information. As the days passed, Li Lingtian and the others waited for the people from East River City to call for him. Furthermore, the 100 guards had all entered an independent world in the Divine Dragon Ring to cultivate. Now that his cultivation base had improved, even if a warrior cultivated for 2 months, he would not be in any danger. Only then would Li Lingtian bring them along. Otherwise, he would find a secluded place to settle them down. Now, he could cultivate in the Divine Dragon Ring for 2 months without any problem. As long as he could come out and adapt to the environment for a period of time after the 2 months were up, he would be fine. Moreover, after entering the forbidden area, it would be a year. With them accompanying him inside, he would be extremely carefree. After everything was prepared, they were just waiting to head to the Tianhe zone. Early in the morning, Yun Mengyao came to his place and said that the people from East River City had arrived. Li Lingtian waved his hand to dismiss Yun Mengyao. After Yun Mengyao left, Li Lingtian looked at Tang Qingyue and the others. Let's go. You guys cultivate inside for a while. I'll call you out after I enter the forbidden area of the Tianhe zone. The spiritual fruits inside are enough for you. Look at how greedy you are. It's as if I didn't give you any. Li Lingtian smiled. In the divine dragon ring, he was the master. Inside, it was divided into more than 10 places. On one side was the dragon chi of the 3,000 worlds, on the other side was the place where demon beasts cultivated, and on the other side was the place where spirit stones and items were stored. On one side was the place where warriors cultivated, and on the other side was the place specially prepared for Tang Qingyue and the others. The place where they cultivated was also where his medicine garden was located. If I'm hungry, I'll eat Big Brother's 5 elements spirit fruit. I think so too. Big Brother Ling Tian has a lot of 10,000-year spirit fruits, but I'll go and try the 5 elements spirit fruits too. These things naturally won't help me. The girls burst into laughter. Li Lingtian had countless spiritual fruits and they ate them every day. Naturally, they were joking. Ling Tian, you have to be careful outside. Tang Qingyue spoke with concern before she entered the divine dragon ring. Although she knew Li Lingtian's strength, wisdom, and experience, as his woman, she would always think for him and remind him. Li Lingtian nodded and activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness. A faint radiance appeared and Tang Qingyue and the rest disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already at the divine dragon ring's herb garden. After he was done, Li Lingtian strolled out. The pocket dimension was now an empty shell with only a few martial emperor powerhouses guarding it. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had activated all the restriction formations when he left the pocket dimension. Even a rank 8 or rank 9 martial emperor powerhouse would not be able to break the formation easily. When he arrived outside the small world, there were already 9 experts waiting. Among the 5 martial monarch realm experts, 4 were at the 6th heaven, 1 was at the 7th heaven, and 4 were at the 9th heaven supreme realm. Upon seeing Li Lingtian's arrival, the few martial emperors and revered martial artists did not look down on him. On the contrary, they were extremely respectful. They knew that the young man before them was not a simple person. He was a supreme divine alchemist who could refine a Tier 7 mutated peerless great rejuvenation pill. According to the news, although this young man was only a supreme realm warrior, he was indeed a super powerful warrior in the Green Continent. He had easily wiped out the House of Storms and the Dishi family, and wiped out the Demon Clan in the Green Continent. In their eyes, the martial honor in front of them was no longer just a martial honor, but a powerhouse that made people tremble. Otherwise, he would not have become the honorary elder of East River City. Chapter 458, Shocking Changes in the Sea Area. Chapter 458, Shocking Changes in the Sea Area. Greetings, Alchemy Saint. Out of the 9 powerhouses, 5 martial monarch realm experts cupped their fists and greeted him as if they were of the same generation. However, the 4 supreme realm powerhouses greeted him as if they were juniors. After all, Li Lingtian's strength had surpassed that of a supreme realm. Even a martial supreme was no match for him. More importantly, Li Lingtian was an amazing and powerful divine alchemist. The pills he refined were something that other divine alchemists could not achieve. In the divine martial continent, it was extremely rare to find a saint alchemist who could refine a great cyclic pill, let alone a peerless great cyclic pill. The entire divine martial continent was filled with peerless pills. This was also the first time they had seen Li Lingtian as a miracle of alchemy. Even if he didn't curry favor with her now, he couldn't offend her either. After all, it wasn't wise to offend a saint alchemist. Sirs, there's no need to be so polite. I'm not a saint alchemist now. I'm just an ordinary martial artist. Li Lingtian was smiling with a carefree expression. He did not put on airs at all and was just like an amiable ordinary warrior. The few powerhouses immediately understood something from Li Lingtian's behavior. He did not want others to know his identity. As a result, they felt much more relaxed. After all, they were all super powerhouses. It would be difficult for them to be respectful in front of Li Lingtian at all times. Sir Lingtian, are you ready? If you're ready, we'll set off now. East River Qingyun, the leader of the martial emperors, asked in a probing tone. He was a seventh heaven martial emperor and a top genius of the East River family. On his way here, he was reminded by his two elder brothers not to provoke Li Lingtian. Even if he offended a martial saint powerhouse, he should not offend Li Lingtian. Alright, I don't have anything to prepare. Let's go then. Li Lingtian shook his head. He had already prepared what he needed to. Seeing East River Qingyun's attitude, he was also extremely satisfied. The identity of a sacred alchemist was really useful. The main reason was that this identity represented the Alchemist Guild. Sir Lingtian, this is the token to participate in the competition. Every big city only has 10 spots. Only with this token can you participate in the competition. East River Qingyun handed a black token to Li Lingtian and spoke in a serious tone. Li Lingtian took the token and sensed the aura on it. The aura was somewhat uncomfortable. Although the token was like black jade, after cultivating a cultivation technique like heaven and earth reincarnation, he would be able to sense the aura of some foreign species. Although he didn't understand what kind of aura was inside the token, he didn't pay too much attention to it. There were many strange things in this world, not to mention that it was a forbidden area of the Tianhe zone. Naturally, some strange things were inevitable. Let's go, lest we get delayed on the way. Li Lingtian said as he kept the token. Following that, East River Qingyun conjured a spaceship and brought Li Lingtian and the others along for a quick flight. The flying ship was controlled by East River Qingyun, so he naturally didn't need him. After boarding the flying ship, he found a room to meditate and rest. When he was alone, without the company of Tang Qingyue and the others, he felt a little lonely, but he could meditate and cultivate in peace. He meditated in his room and began to analyze some information about the Tianhe zone. The Tianhe region was the link between the Azure continent, the Black continent, the Azure continent, and the Serenity continent. It was also the center of the 4 continents. It was rich and powerful in resources. Whether it was resources or the strength of warriors, they were incomparable. However, the Tianhe zone was not big, only a few 100 million miles in circumference. However, this place was the paradise of the 4 great continents. Naturally, this place would become the outbreak point of war. When the war broke out, the Tianhe district would naturally be destroyed. The appearance of the Forbidden Land had sealed off the best resources of the Tianhe district. It became the current Tianhe region, with 4 cities surrounding it. The place they were going to now was the center of the Tianhe district. In the boundless Tianhe district, there was an island with a radius of tens of millions of miles. On it was the real power center of the Tianhe district and the place with the most abundant resources. The 4 cities were all dominated by this place, and this place was called Tianhe Sacred City. It would take more than 10 days to get there, even if it was a spaceship. Moreover, there could not be any accidents along the way. Otherwise, they might miss the competition. Li Lingtian was aware of such incidents. Many powerful factions would resort to deception to wipe out the weaker factions and seize the tokens to participate in the competition. However, this time, Tianhe Sacred City had a rule. If anyone killed before participating, they would be disqualified from the city and sect. With that, Li Lingtian was relieved. However, if there was no danger along the way, the intensity would definitely be more intense after entering the forbidden area. On the flying ship, a few experts were meditating and cultivating. 5 days passed. In 5 days, the spaceship had already flown to the center of the Milky Way zone. The vast sea made people feel small. Sir Lingtian. Li Lingtian walked out as he felt his heart skip a beat. His years of experience told him that something was about to happen. After he came out, a few experts were resting outside the spaceship. When they saw him come out, they all greeted him. Everyone is in a good mood. Li Lingtian smiled. These powerhouses were actually in the mood to enjoy the sea view. To the powerhouses of the Tianhe region, such a sea area should be treated like a backyard. Naturally, there was nothing much to admire. The experts of the Tianhe zone were all near the sea. It was really a little awkward to enjoy the sea view at this time. You must be joking, Sir Ling Tian. This distance is the most dangerous place to pass through the Tianhe zone. As long as we pass through this distance, we'll be safe. That's why we're keeping an eye on them from the outside. Ying Xiao had a smile on his face, but it was obviously a forced smile. He had no choice but to do so in front of Li Lingtian as he told him about what happened in the sea area. It turned out that the sea area in this place was strange and the climate was bad. No one knew when hurricanes and shocking storms would appear. Although martial emperor powerhouses were powerful, they would vanish into thin air if they were not careful when faced with the might of heaven and earth. Moreover, this place was very large. There was no way to go around it. He could only take the risk and pass through here. So that's how it is. It seems that we have to be more careful. Li Lingtian's expression turned serious as well. He felt uneasy while meditating in the spaceship. Could it be that there was danger in the sea? After saying that, he extended his divine sense and was always on guard. If he encountered a storm, he would be a little prepared. He must not be like last time, when he was swept into the immortal spirit realm by the storm. The last time he entered the immortal spirit realm, he was lucky enough to come out and even obtain GE. If it was like last time, if they encountered any danger, they would naturally become the target of death. Taking advantage of the fact that they did not encounter any danger, the spaceship accelerated. The few experts also focused their attention and blocked the unknown danger at the first moment. In just a short while, a few martial emperors and supreme realm experts introduced themselves. East River Qingyun was a 7th heaven martial emperor, Ying Xiao was a 6th heaven martial emperor, and Duan Muyu, Wu Shuangqing, and Dong Yueming were also 6th heaven martial emperors. Lu Yu, Zhou Tianping, Shengguan Ao, Yi Zhifan, and Yi Tian were all 9th level martial honored realm experts. Although Li Lingtian's cultivation base was decent, he paid more attention to these powerhouses. Those who could be selected from East River City must be the top powerhouses. Whether it was a supreme realm or a martial monarch realm, they were definitely super experts among those of the same rank. Li Lingtian's identity was known to everyone without any introduction. He was a level 7 divine alchemist who refined peerless pills. Furthermore, he was generous enough to distribute peerless pills and refine peerless great cyclic pills. No one would not fawn over a super divine alchemist like him. If Li Lingtian was a 9th heaven martial emperor, they would not fawn over him. However, it was different for a super divine alchemist. The pills he refined were necessary for martial honors, martial emperors, and even martial saints. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, tens of thousands of water pillars appeared in the originally calm sea area. The water pillars soared into the sky, and the world trembled. The flying ships were also struck by these water pillars. Moreover, it even emitted a squeaking sound. It was obvious that it could not hold on any longer and was about to be destroyed. Boom! Boom! Roar! Roar! In the sky and sea, endless roars and shocking water pillars continued to soar into the sky. The flying ship finally could not hold on any longer and shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. The expressions on the faces of the few experts became solemn. Without the protection of the spaceship, they could only use their own defenses to withstand the bombardment of the water pillar. The martial emperor powerhouses were still alright as they were all at the 6th or 7th heaven. However, the supreme realm powerhouses were not so relaxed. The protective shields on their bodies trembled continuously. Even the defensive treasures were hit with loud booms. True dragon body protection. Li Lingtian's true essence would be activated at the first possible moment when he was in danger. It was the same for the true dragon's body barrier. The light shield of the true dragon's body barrier appeared and blocked the endless water column. The light shield did not waver at all. The shocking water pillar seemed to be swallowed by the light shield and did not pose any threat at all. Although the water pillar was shocking, this water pillar was only the power of heaven and earth. It was not deliberately created by humans. No matter how powerful it was an ownerless attack and had no specific target. With Li Lingtian's defense, he could withstand even a martial emperor powerhouse's full-powered attack. Naturally, the water pillar was nothing to him. A few martial emperor powerhouses floated in the air and allowed the water pillar to attack them. They scanned the water pillar with their divine perception in an attempt to find the source of the attack. Only by finding the source and subduing it would they be able to stop the water pillar in this sea area. Seeing Li Lingtian's calm demeanor, they were shocked beyond words. They had heard of Li Lingtian's terror, but they did not expect him to be this terrifying. A defensive shield was able to withstand the shocking water column. It was truly terrifying. They were all revered martial artists, but 5 of them were at the 9th heaven. However, they were like mountains in front of the shocking water pillar, trying their best to avoid the impact of the water pillar. Although the water pillar could not kill them, they did not dare to take it head-on in case they exhausted themselves and died here. Although it did not seem like there was any danger between the two, it was obvious that the few revered martial artists were not on the same level as Li Lingtian in terms of courage. Chapter 459, Storm Cloud Beast. Chapter 459, Storm Cloud Beast. It's a Class 7 sea beast. Li Lingtian and East River Qingyun shouted at the same time with a grave expression on their faces. In the water column of this sea area, only a powerful soul consciousness could discover the hidden sea beasts. Under such circumstances, only a super expert could divert his attention to find the source of the storm. The other 4 martial emperor powerhouses were stunned when they noticed the presence of the Tier 7 sea beast at the same time. They turned to look at Li Lingtian and were shocked by his divine consciousness. However, now was not the time to be shocked, because the sea beasts in the sea area were much stronger than martial artists of the same level. Moreover, this sea beast was a level 7 or level 8 existence, which was equivalent to an 8th heaven martial emperor. However, with the favorable timing and geographical location, even an 8th heaven martial emperor powerhouse could only take a detour. He did not expect that there would be a 7th tier, 8th tier sea beast in this place. He was really unlucky this time. Be careful. This is a storm cloud beast, a powerful sea beast that specializes in water and wind elements. East River Qingyun shouted loudly. As an expert of the Tianhe zone, he often dealt with sea beasts. Naturally, he could easily recognize the origin of the sea beasts, and his expression was extremely ugly. Storm Cloud Beast. Storm Cloud Beast. It's still a level 7, level 8 Storm Cloud Beast. A few experts exclaimed. Among the sea beasts, the Storm Cloud Beast was definitely a king-level existence. Even if it was an ordinary storm cloud beast, they would still find it difficult to deal with it, let alone this storm cloud beast that was at the 7th grade and 8th grade. You guys stay aside and protect yourselves. We'll go and meet him for a while. If we want to leave this place safely, we have to kill him. If we don't kill him, he'll follow us even if we escape to Tianhe Sacred City. Ying Xiao said loudly. His voice was drowned out by the water pillar. Fortunately, everyone here was a super expert. Otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to hear what he said. He understood what he meant. If this storm cloud beast didn't die, he would continue to follow with this shocking water pillar and attack. Even a god would die here. They continued to attack. The storm cloud beast was in the sea area, so it naturally couldn't use up much energy. It could continue to attack. If it wasn't careful, these experts would all be killed. Alright, I'm one of them. A few martial emperor powerhouses flashed and quickly flew towards the middle of the water pillar. They avoided the destructive water pillar and attacked the place where the storm cloud beast was hiding. Li Lingtian's figure flashed as he followed suit. The few martial emperor powerhouses did not stop him. They understood Li Lingtian's capabilities, and if they did, they would offend Li Lingtian. It was obvious that they were looking down on him. Now that Li Lingtian had made his move, it was a good opportunity for him to witness the terrifying abilities of a martial honor. Roar! With another earth-shattering roar, 100-meter-long sea beast floated above the sea, and the shocking water pillar bombarded out even more violently. The sea beast was completely black and had no eyes. It only had a huge bloody mouth and looked extremely terrifying. The destructive and berserk aura continuously tore the space apart. A level 7, level 8 sea beast was indeed as powerful as the legends said. It was even stronger than the legendary sea beasts. Crash! The space was torn apart as hundreds of light shadows appeared out of nowhere. The light shadows came in a flash and bombarded Li Lingtian and the others. The space was torn apart by the light shadows. It completely tore through space and ignored the distance between them. Shadow of the storm. East River Qingyun cried out in alarm. His body flashed, and a silver shield of light appeared in his hand. A huge shield also appeared in his hand, and his expression kept changing. This was the trump card of the storm cloud beast. It was a destructive wind-type attack that tore through space and killed its opponent regardless of distance. Shield of heaven and earth. Li Lingtian was equally shocked. He did not expect such an attack speed to exist in this world. It completely disregarded the distance between them. With such speed, no matter how fast an expert was, they would not be able to dodge. With a flick of his divine sense, a huge shield appeared in front of him. This shield had never been used before. It was a supreme-grade heaven weapon, the shield of heaven and earth, and its defense was extremely powerful. With his cultivation, he had never used such a defensive treasure before. However, this time, the storm cloud beast was too fast, so he had no chance to use other attacks or dodge. At the same time, the other martial monarch realm experts also displayed their strongest defense. Walala! Kacha, kacha! Rumble! With a series of explosions, the few martial emperor powerhouses' defenses were instantly knocked back to their original state. The heaven and earth shield in Li Lingtian's hand also began to tremble rapidly. However, this 1 second of resistance gave Li Lingtian time to dodge. What a martial-honored realm expert could do in a second was often something that an ordinary martial artist could not do in a few hours. Moreover, a martial-honored realm expert could kill countless experts in a second, and they could also die countless times. At that moment, the celestial shield finally managed to withstand the attack of the Tempest's shadow. Just as the celestial shield was about to dissipate, the thunderclap wings on Li Lingtian's shoulder flashed and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on top of the Tempest Cloud Beast. The heavens and earth will shatter. 1,000 miles of ice. The few martial emperor powerhouses were stunned when Li Lingtian appeared on the storm cloud beast. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be so fast and thought that he was also a wind system martial soul powerhouse. It would take 1 to 2 seconds to cover a distance of several kilometers. Even if he teleported, the space would fluctuate. However, when Li Lingtian arrived on the storm cloud beast, he did not experience any spatial fluctuations. Only a wind element or some mysterious martial soul could achieve such a feat. With a deafening explosion, Li Lingtian's fist landed on the storm cloud beast. Li Lingtian could clearly feel his fist hitting the refined iron. There was a violent rebound that almost threw him into the air. Taking advantage of the rebound, Li Lingtian levitated and circulated his ice soul martial soul. Instantly, a chill descended from the sky and earth. Even the water pillar turned sluggish and gradually formed into an icicle. At this moment, a glacier formed and trapped the storm cloud beast inside. Sky Moon Slash. Peerless Fist. Earth Mirror Heavenly Finger. Space-piercing shuttle. When Li Lingtian made his move, 4 of the martial emperor powerhouses launched their powerful attacks downward. At this moment, the storm cloud beast in the ice sculpture also trembled, and the glacier was quickly destroyed. No matter how powerful the glacier was, Li Lingtian was only a martial-honored realm powerhouse after all. It was impossible for him to completely imprison the storm cloud beast. However, this imprison had given the 4 martial emperors an opportunity to attack. Rumble. With a series of explosions, 4 destructive attacks landed on the storm cloud beast's body at the same time as it broke free from the ice. Roar. With a furious roar, a few huge bloody holes appeared on the storm cloud beast's body, and bright red beast blood gushed out. Li Lingtian was shocked. The destructive power of a martial emperor powerhouse was not something a supreme realm could compare to. His punch just now did not even break through the defense of the storm cloud beast and was even reflected. Now, it was actually injured by 4 martial monarch realm experts. Although it did not resist after being imprisoned, one had to admit that it was powerful. Damn it! Li Lingtian cursed in his heart. He did not expect the storm cloud beast to abandon a few martial emperor powerhouses and attack him alone. His body flashed rapidly, and the shadow tempest behind him tore through the space and chased after him. Crash! With a soft thud, the light shield that protected the true dragon's body shattered into pieces. The shadow of the tempest struck Li Lingtian's body as well. Li Lingtian shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood. The few martial emperor powerhouses were shocked. If Li Lingtian were to perish here, he would lose a helper when he participated in the competition. Moreover, it would be difficult to explain himself when he returned to East River City. Divine destruction to the extreme. However, while they were still in shock, they saw that Li Lingtian was completely unharmed. Instead, he unleashed a destructive attack in rage. He was shocked. In front of the shadow of the storm, he actually withstood it. What kind of F***ing defense and physique was this? In the sky, a heavenly might appeared. The heavenly might carried a destructive light and directly bombarded the storm cloud beast above the sea. The world trembled in front of this heavenly might. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the sea area trembled. The huge storm cloud beast suddenly rolled and was killed by the god-extinguishing extreme and fell into the sea. A burst of blood appeared, dyeing a large area of the sea red. Li Lingtian's body swayed as he spat out another mouthful of blood. However, his face was in good spirits as if he was not injured at all. East River Qingyun and the others were shocked when they saw this. This alchemy saint was too valiant. It was likely that a holy alchemist was weak. Even if it was an attack, it was a mild one which was suitable for alchemy. However, he did not expect Li Lingtian to be so valiant. He was a complete madman. Roar! Boom! Boom! The storm cloud beast was injured, but it didn't lose its life. After being injured, the storm cloud beast became even more violent, and a shocking violent aura soared into the sky. Although the few martial emperors were shocked by Li Lingtian's ferocity, they did not forget the threat posed by the storm cloud beast below. They took advantage of the injured storm cloud beast to launch a full-force attack. For a moment, water pillars shot into the sky between the sky and the sea. Destructive energy spread in all directions, and waves of destructive attacks tore apart the sea. Inescapable net. Ying Xiao circulated all of his Zhen Yuan and stretched out his hand. A silver net-like treasure appeared in his hand. It was like a fishing net used by fishermen. However, with a wave of this net-like treasure, the spiritual qi between heaven and earth quickly surged over, and the net-like treasure also pressed down on the storm cloud beast below. Roar! Roar! The 100-meter-long storm cloud beast was trapped by Ying Xiao's treasure. It struggled continuously, but no matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape from the trap. Moreover, the inescapable net was getting smaller and smaller. As long as there was enough time, they would be able to capture this storm cloud beast. However, at this moment, the few martial monarch realm experts relaxed a little. A destructive aura appeared, and a fist-sized bead appeared in the sky of the storm cloud beast. The bead carried endless storm wind blades, and the inescapable net was instantly destroyed. The destructive force blasted toward Li Lingtian. Chapter 460, Killing the Storm Cloud Beast. Chapter 460, Killing the Storm Cloud Beast. Li Lingtian was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. It was already too late to block. It was completely impossible to dodge. The attack unleashed by the storm cloud beast was its natal inner core. It could destroy the world with one strike. Even a seventh heaven martial emperor East River Emerald Cloud would perish under such a sudden attack, let alone a martial honor like Li Lingtian. East River Qingyun and the others were stunned. They were extremely shocked. They did not expect things to change so suddenly. Just as Li Lingtian was about to be killed by the wind blades in the storm, Li Lingtian muttered a cryptic incantation in the sky. Spatial imprisonment. Suddenly, the space stopped for a short while. The inner core and the wind blades stopped at the same time. The entire world seemed to have stopped time. After a momentary pause, the space was restored once again. The wind blades and inner core in the storm were unleashed with an indomitable force. However, Li Lingtian had long disappeared from his target when the attack was launched. He had completely vanished into the air without a trace of his aura. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, extinction. When he reappeared, Li Lingtian was already above the storm cloud beast. At this moment, the inner core and the wind blades were already 500 meters away from him. Moreover, the windstorm wind blades and the inner core were attacking in the opposite direction from him. Between heaven and earth, an aura of destruction and death appeared. The water pillar also stabilized in this aura, but behind this aura, it became an aura of extinction. The entire sea area fell silent as a four-colored beam of light shot out. The beam of light was extremely fast and pierced through space. However, it did not bombard the storm cloud beast below. Instead, it bombarded the inner core in the air. Roar! Seeing such a destructive attack, the storm cloud beast was also stunned. Its natal attack was ineffective, but now it was about to be destroyed. In a moment of desperation, it used its natal demonic power to increase its inner core and quickly dodged, wanting to retrieve its inner core. However, it was already too late. The third layer of the ice, fire, 9 layers, the power of extermination had already bombarded the inner core. An earth-shattering roar filled with pain and unwillingness. Rumble! Rumble! The 5 martial emperor powerhouses who were in shock finally reacted at this moment. 5 destructive attacks bombarded the ground continuously. Blood splattered everywhere. The huge storm cloud beast was completely under the destructive attack. Although its natal inner core was not directly destroyed, it could not be retracted into its body under the attack of ice/fire/9 heavens. The devastating halo of destruction swept across the inner core. Li Lingtian continued to cast the heaven-rank superpower in his hand to block the natal inner core. There was no chance for it to return to the storm cloud beast's body. Without its natal inner core, the demonic beast lost its soul and its master. It was completely at the mercy of the 5 martial monarch realm experts. Imprisonment. At that moment, Li Lingtian held a banner in one hand. With a wave of the banner, the space was once again sealed, but this time, it was targeted at the inner core. The impact on space was also very small. It could not affect the attacks of the few martial monarch realm experts at all. With its intrinsic inner core sealed, the storm cloud beast had no chance of resisting. Li Lingtian waved his hand and a frosty ice flame appeared in the air. The appearance of the frosty ice flame immediately caused the storm cloud beast to tremble. The storm cloud beast had no eyes and could only rely on its senses. Now, it could sense destruction. Boom! With a final explosion, the 100-meter-long storm cloud beast was destroyed. Its intrinsic inner core was also sealed by the icy frost flame. Li Lingtian grabbed the storm cloud beast's intrinsic inner core with a faint smile in his eyes. The inner core of a 7th-order 8th-grade demonic beast, and it was a water and wind element demonic beast inner core, would definitely be of great help to an expert with a wind or water martial soul when he refined a cauldron of pills. What a powerful technique, alchemy saint. East River Qingyun came to Li Lingtian's side with a smile on his face. However, he was shocked as well. Li Lingtian's martial honored realm strength had reached a terrifying level. His strength was not at all in the martial honored realm. Even an ordinary martial monarch realm expert would not have such strength. Even though Li Lingtian's move was a little tricky, it was still a trick of the other party. The winner takes all. I was just lucky. I didn't expect this storm cloud beast to be so powerful. This is really the first time I've encountered it. Li Lingtian said with a smile. He did not put on any pretense as he kept the inner core before putting it into his storage pouch. Although such an inner core was precious, someone like East River Qingyun would not compete with him for one. With Sir Ling Tian around, our East River city will definitely get a good ranking. Ying Xiao and the others flew over as well and said with a smile. The sea area was completely calm now. If it wasn't for the 100-meter-tall body above the sea area, one wouldn't have known that there had been a huge battle here. Moreover, it was a life-and-death battle. 5 martial emperors and a martial honor were able to kill a level 7, level 8 sea beast. The few of them complimented him. Then, Shengguan Ao took out a flying ship. The few of them boarded the flying ship and flew quickly again, although this time was not much. However, they had consumed a lot of energy and needed to recover quickly. Moreover, Li Lingtian was injured. Although his injuries were not serious, a slight lapse in his state of mind in front of powerhouses like them could affect his life and death. East River Qingyun and the rest did not disturb Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian found a room and began meditating to heal his injuries. This injury was nothing to him. He threw a 6th-grade healing pill into his mouth and refined it. He quickly healed his injuries. He had just been injured, and it was only a shock to his mind. It was not a big deal. In an hour's time, with the addition of a 6th-grade medicinal pill, his injuries had completely recovered, and the consumed true essence had also recovered. This time, other than the storm cloud beast, they did not encounter any other powerful sea beasts. Generally, the low-level sea beasts did not pose any threat. They were all killed by a few revered martial artists or martial emperors. 5 days passed. Finally, the spaceship arrived on land. It was as if it had arrived on a continent. However, they all understood that this place was the territory of Tianhe Sacred City, and it was also an island in the Tianhe Zone. However, this island was too big, spanning tens of millions of miles. After entering the land, the flying ship did not stop. Instead, it flew directly into the distance. The deeper it went, the more martial artists it encountered. Moreover, the spiritual qi was denser. This place was completely like a fairyland. After flying for an hour, they arrived in front of a city. However, this city was different from other cities. There were no city walls here, and the buildings were very casual. There were dense pavilions and palaces everywhere. Although it looked chaotic, it was orderly inside. The entire city was like an immortal palace. The spiritual energy was dense, making the entire city seem extremely mysterious. The city was boundless, and it was unknown how big it was. Ahead is the citadel of Tianhe Sacred City. After entering the citadel, it is the central city of Tianhe Sacred City. Fights are strictly held there, but there are countless arenas inside. Any grudges can be settled there. Sky River Sacred City is not something that East River City can compare to. Whether it's resources or power, East River City looks up to them. Martial Supremes and Martial Emperors are everywhere here. We have to be careful not to provoke other forces and experts. East River Qingyun said seriously. Even he, a seventh heaven Martial Emperor, was cautious when facing this place. One could imagine how terrifying this place was. If it was a seventh heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert, he would definitely be a super expert in a place like East River City. However, in this place, he was nothing. We know that. We're only here to participate in the competition. It's fine as long as we don't clash with other experts. Lu Yu nodded and replied respectfully. He was a martial honor, so he was even more insignificant in this place. Even a 7th-level martial emperor was cautious. As a martial honor, he naturally did not dare to be careless. Sometimes, if you don't cause trouble, something will often happen to you. When the time comes, you just have to improvise. Duan Muyu glanced at Lu Yu. This was how the world worked. The simplest thing was that they didn't want to cause trouble a few days ago, but a 7th tier 8th tier sea beast came looking for them. This kind of thing was more common among martial artists. The few of them flew as they talked, but they did not use the spaceship now because the city strictly used the spaceship. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort sounded out, and the sound of air being torn quickly came over. The few of them turned around and looked, their faces revealing a solemn expression. There were also 10 figures behind him. There were 5 Martial Monarch Realm experts and 5 Supreme Realm experts. However, these 5 Martial Monarch Realm experts were all at the 7th heaven. Moreover, their entire bodies emitted a strange and powerful aura. Even if there were 5 Supreme Realm experts, although they were only at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, they gave off a feeling that they were even stronger than Martial Emperors. Trash from East River City. A young man at the 7th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm looked at Li Ling and the others with disdain and said softly. However, after they were done speaking, they came to a spot not far away from Li Lingtian and the others. They regarded the Eastern River City's warriors as trash. North River Han, are you courting death? Ying Xiao glanced at the young man. The young man was dressed in embroidered clothes and had an arrogant expression on his face, as if he was superior to others. Both of them were proud sons of heaven. However, Ying Xiao had been injured by Beihe Han 50 years ago, and it had been difficult for him to break through his cultivation. Now that Beihe Han had left him even further behind, it was only natural for him to feel unhappy. Ying Xiao, is there no one else in East River City? They actually sent trash like you here. How embarrassing. Last time, I was in a good mood and didn't kill you. But this time, you won't be so lucky. Beihe Han's face turned cold as he glared at Ying Xiao. The gap between the two of them was getting bigger and bigger, and Ying Xiao didn't take them seriously at all. Even East River Qingyun was no match for him, let alone a few 6th-level martial emperors. He could defeat them all by himself. He swept his gaze across all the warriors in East River City. When he saw Li Lingtian, his eyes were filled with disdain. A 4th-level martial honor had snuck into East River City. There were truly no more powerhouses in East River City. Chapter 461, Northern River Cold, 1. Chapter 461, Northern River Cold, 1. Don't die when the time comes. You won't even know how you died. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face as his eyes met Beihe Han's. Beihe Han was a supreme powerhouse in North River City and was the strongest in the Tianhe region. However, in this place, they were opponents. Since they were opponents, there was no need to show mercy. There was no face to be given. Trash, are you looking for death? Beihe Han did not expect that a 4th-level Supreme Realm martial artist would dare to go against him like this. This was truly beyond his expectations. Not to mention Supreme Realm martial artists, even martial sovereigns would not dare to be so arrogant in front of him. When he came to his senses, he instantly became furious, and his entire body's aura erupted. Ignorant. Li Lingtian completely ignored the powerful aura. He did not even spare a glance at Northern River Han as he flew forward in a flash. East River Qingyun and the others were stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on their faces. With a flash, they quickly flew into the city as well. The joy in his heart was indescribable. How could a 7th-level martial emperor realm expert accept being looked down upon by a 4th-level martial honored realm expert? However, when his aura burst forth, Li Lingtian cursed at his ignorance. He felt as if he was being looked down upon. Pfft! Little bastard, when the time comes, I will make you wish you were dead. Beihe Han unleashed his powerful aura in an attempt to crush Li Lingtian with his aura so that Li Lingtian would know how powerful he was. However, he did not expect Li Lingtian to completely ignore him. It was as if a punch had hit the air. Anger attacked his heart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with anger. Brother Northern River, this place is Heavenly River Sacred City. A 7th-level martial emperor beside him reminded Beihe Han. If he caused trouble here, even if he killed this revered martial artist, they would still be the ones at a disadvantage. They would lose the right to compete because of this. This was really unfair. Get lost. I know that. Otherwise, I would have killed these trash long ago. North River Han was already angry, and if he provoked him like this, he would naturally get into trouble. Looking at Li Lingtian and the others who were flying in the distance, Beihe Han's gaze was as if he wanted to eat them alive. He wished he could tear Li Lingtian apart. Sir Lingtian, you have to be careful when the time comes. This Beihe Han isn't simple. He looks like a 7th heaven martial emperor, but his true strength is much more terrifying than his cultivation base. Moreover, he cultivates the mysterious Yin True technique. The Ice True Qi he cultivates can cause indelible damage to martial artists. Moreover, he has a saint weapon, a middle-grade ice saint weapon. With his cultivation and treasures, we can't underestimate him. Ying Xiao explained to Li Lingtian as he flew. He was the one who knew Beihe Han's strength the best. In the past, their cultivation bases were similar and his cultivation base was even stronger than Beihe Han's. However, Beihe Han's strength was terrifying. Ying Xiao had also fallen into Beihe Han's trap and the gap between their cultivation bases was widening. This was also because Beihe Han had used the Dark Yin True technique to injure him with his Ice True Qi. It was difficult for his cultivation base to improve even a little. He also wanted Li Lingtian to kill Beihe Han so that he could avenge him. A powerhouse like Ying Xiao had lived for hundreds of years and was extremely experienced in scheming. However, he dared not play tricks in front of Li Lingtian. Moreover, Li Lingtian was his companion now. They had to stick together. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to leave the Forbidden Land safely with the strength of East River City. The mysterious Yin True technique should be a heaven-grade technique. The frosty Jinqi cultivated is indeed terrifying. I think Brother Ying Xiao's cultivation has stagnated because of Beihe Han's attack. When I have the chance, I'll help you get rid of the Ice True Qi. Perhaps, Brother Ying Xiao's cultivation will improve rapidly and he'll be able to reach the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm. Li Lingtian scanned Ying Xiao's body with his divine perception. Ying Xiao had a fire-type martial soul, but he had a trace of Icy True Qi in his body. Moreover, the Icy True Qi was eroding his cultivation base. Thinking back to the situation between him and Beihe Han, he must have fallen for Beihe Han's trick. He was a saint alchemist, a super saint alchemist, so this matter was still very easy for him. Moreover, he had the flaming sacred body, so he could easily eliminate this bit of ice genuine qi. Moreover, he had the ice soul martial spirit and the 5 elements peak. It was easy for him to solve this problem. Sir Lingtian, do you really have a way to solve the problem in my body? Ying Xiao's heart skipped a beat before he became excited. He had sought out countless spirit alchemists and 7th or 8th heaven powerhouses, but none of them could solve the problem. However, he was moved by Li Lingtian's relaxed tone. Regardless of whether Li Lingtian had a solution or not, he had to give it a try. After all, it was not a pleasant feeling to have one's cultivation base decline instead of improving. Brother Ing Shao, have you forgotten? Sir Ling Tian is a saint alchemist, and he used his ice soul martial soul just now. He should have a way to treat your injuries. East River Qingyun said with a smile. As an onlooker, he was not as excited as Ing Shao. Naturally, he could tell Li Lingtian's strength. The medicinal pills refined by a saint alchemist were all incomparably magical. If even a saint alchemist could not treat such an injury, there really was no one in this world who could, unless it was a super mighty expert like a martial saint or a martial god. However, where could he find such an expert? Even if he found one, he would not be able to help a martial monarch realm expert. I'm sorry for being rude. I forgot about you, Sir Ling Tian. Please don't take offense. Ing Shao was shocked. He then recalled that Li Lingtian was a saint alchemist and had an ice soul martial soul. At that thought, he felt that it was rather abrupt and quickly apologized. The few martial honors were not surprised by Ing Shao's reaction. After all, Li Lingtian's status as a saint alchemist was too high. Even a 9th heaven martial emperor would not easily offend a saint alchemist like Li Lingtian, let alone a 6th heaven martial emperor. Moreover, Li Lingtian had the alchemist guild behind him. Offending Li Lingtian was equivalent to offending the entire alchemist guild. Although it was not that serious, no one dared to take the risk. It's fine. When I have time, I can try. I can't guarantee that I can solve it. Li Lingtian appeared nonchalant and did not seem to mind at all. In the eyes of the other powerhouses, this made Li Lingtian seem even more mysterious. This was how a powerhouse was. He was calm and collected and did not take the trifles to heart. Only with such a breadth of mind could one become a saint alchemist at the age of 20 and a martial honor at the age of 20. A monster was a monster, not something a genius could compare to. Ordinary experts would not understand the world of monsters. Soon, the 10 of them arrived in front of Wei City. After showing their tokens, Wei City did not seem to be in a difficult position. Instead, they showed a respectful expression. No matter what, no matter which remote place they came from, they were all the top experts of that place. Ordinary people could not afford to provoke them. After entering the citadel, the few of them did not stop and headed straight for the central city. Along the way, they also saw a few groups. They were all groups that were participating in the competition. There were 5 martial emperors and 5 martial honors. Such a group would only appear when the experts were participating in the competition. Li Lingtian sized them up intentionally or unintentionally. Be it Supreme Realm or Martial Emperor, these forces were not something that Eastern River City could compare to. In the end, Li Lingtian and his party arrived at the central city. There was a special reception area by the plaza of Tianhe Sacred City. Li Lingtian and the rest were also welcomed to the relay station in the plaza. 10 people each lived in a small building. It was comfortable and suitable for a warrior to rest in peace. However, there were other experts at this reception area. The participants from the 4 cities all lived here. When Beihe Han saw Li Lingtian, his face was filled with rage, but he did not dare to make a move. Li Lingtian completely ignored Beihe Han. At the same time, the powerhouses from the other 2 major cities looked at the people from East River City with disdain. They looked down on the powerhouses from East River City, especially when they saw Li Lingtian. When they arrived, there were more than 30 martial emperor powerhouses who had also arrived. Li Lingtian received news that these powerhouses were from other forces such as the Azure Continent, the Mystic Continent, the Serenity Continent, and the Divine Continent. Only the Azure Continent did not have any powerhouses. Li Lingtian had seen the powerhouse from the Azure Continent before. He was a super powerhouse from the Wind Moon Palace. Although there was only one of them, he was a sixth heaven martial emperor elder. Li Lingtian was astonished. He did not expect the Windy Moon Palace to be so powerful. Apart from the House of Storms, the Windy Moon Palace also had a sixth heaven martial emperor. Only the Queen's Palace did not have one. The old man was stunned when he saw Li Lingtian. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. A faint smile appeared on his face as a greeting to Li Lingtian. Although Li Lingtian was only a martial honor, his reputation in the Azure continent was not small. He had even wiped out Kanglan Embrace, so it was only natural that he had powerful means. After a brief inspection, Li Lingtian returned to his room to meditate and cultivate. They also had a certain understanding of the experts participating in the competition this time. They were all experts at the 7th heaven, and there were even 4 super experts at the 8th heaven. These were all experts from outside the Tianhe district. He wondered if there were any more heaven-defying experts from the 4 major families of the Tianhe district. Logically speaking, the forbidden area would only open once every 10,000 years. Moreover, this was the first time it opened after 100,000 years. The stronger the experts who entered, the more advantageous they would be. As long as the 4 great clans of Tianhe Holy City had super experts, they would bring them inside. Just as he entered the room and was about to meditate, a voice came from outside. Everyone who has come here must abide by the rules of Tianhe Sacred City. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. His voice was calm, but his tone was arrogant. He did not take these experts seriously at all. This was also normal. The people of Tianhe Sacred City all had a sense of superiority. How could they take the experts from other places seriously? In their eyes, they looked at the experts from other places as if they were country bumpkins. Chapter 462:1 Did hit you. Chapter 462:1 Did hit you. When he finished speaking, the experts in the relay station listened attentively. They knew that there was something else that needed to be announced. Sure enough, the voice sounded again, and its tone was the same as before. The competition will begin in 5 days. After 5 days, everyone will gather in front of the Heavenly River Temple with your token. This time, it was a simple sentence. After he finished speaking, the last voice was already very far away. Li Lingtian thought to himself that he could take a break in 5 days so that he could focus on entering the forbidden area. East River Qingyun and the others were experts who were hundreds of years old. Naturally, they did not have much curiosity and would not leave the relay station. Both of them were meditating and cultivating in their rooms at the relay station. After cultivating for 2 days, Li Lingtian stood up and strolled out of the relay station. Tianhe Sacred City was the most powerful place in Tianhe region, and it was also a place where super experts gathered. He naturally had to go to a place like this to see for himself, or else his trip would be in vain. Leaving the relay station was the square. No matter which city it was, no matter how big or small it was, the square was where warriors gathered. As soon as he arrived at the plaza, Li Lingtian exclaimed in surprise before a faint smile appeared on his face. In his line of sight, there was an iconic building. The building was like a 7-story pagoda. Below it was a hall made of jade. The entire building was magnificent and domineering, demonstrating the strength of the power behind the building. Alchemist Guild, Tianhe District Branch. The words, Alchemist Guild, exuded an ancient and vigorous aura. Li Lingtian could not help but feel a sense of familiarity when he saw the building of the Alchemist Guild. Even though he was a super powerhouse, he spent all his energy on cultivation. However, he was a saint alchemist after all, a super saint alchemist. He naturally felt close to the Saint Alchemist Hall. He didn't expect the Alchemist Guild to exist in the Tianhe district. Although it was only a branch, it still showcased the experts of the Tianhe district. Since he was bored, it wasn't a bad idea to go to the Alchemist Guild to take a look. This was also his first time coming to the Alchemist Guild. Inside the Alchemist Guild, martial artists were everywhere buying medicinal pills and also exchanging medicinal herbs. Nobody noticed Li Lingtian's arrival. However, Li Lingtian walked straight into the Alchemist Guild as if he was entering his own backyard. "Sir, please stop." A sweet voice was heard. Li Lingtian turned around and saw a girl in her 20s looking at him with a polite expression. He then came before Li Lingtian and stood in front of him, preventing him from entering. "Why should I stop?" Li Lingtian took a glance at the girl before him. Not bad looking. Even if she was not stunning, she was still a rare beauty. He did not expect to meet a beauty here. Moreover, this girl always had a trace of noble temperament, like a pearl covered in dust. This is the inner area of the Alchemist Guild. Outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering. "Sir, please leave." The girl blushed when she saw Li Lingtian sizing her up. However, she did not avoid Li Lingtian's gaze. Then, her face turned frosty as she glared at Li Lingtian. She had never seen anyone who dared to look at her like that. "I want to see your guild leader. Please inform him." Li Lingtian shifted his gaze away as he spoke in a serious tone. Although the girl before him was beautiful, she had nothing to do with him. He was here to look for the ingredients for a pill. He believed that the Alchemist Guild was much stronger than him alone. You want to meet the president? 1. Do you think that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can see the president? A disdainful voice sounded. A suave young man walked over with a smile that he thought was very suave. Her gaze fell on Li Lingtian and her eyes were filled with jealousy. Even though Li Lingtian was not handsome, he was still delicate and handsome, elegant and graceful. His entire body exuded a mysterious aura, and he had an amiable and approachable aura. Such temperament and aura were innate and could not be faked. Naturally, Li Lingtian was jealous. "Fairy Yingying, why are you here? You're a waitress here." The young man shifted his gaze to the girl and a fawning expression appeared on his face. It was an expression that could not be faked and it piqued Li Lingtian's curiosity. Do I need you to care about me?" Fairy Yingying looked at the young man patiently before she shifted her gaze to Li Lingtian. Seeing that Li Lingtian had no intention of leaving, she felt even more uncomfortable. "I say, are you leaving or not? This is the inner area of the Alchemist Guild. You can't let anyone else in here." Fairy Yingying spoke again, trying to suppress her temper. "I'm here to look for your president." Li Lingtian repeated what he had said earlier. He maintained a faint smile on his face throughout the whole process. He looked calm and composed, not showing any signs of impatience at the girl's interruption. "Did you hear that? Fairy Yingying asked you to leave. Are you deaf or stupid?" The young man was displeased when he saw Li Lingtian still standing there and looking so carefree. This was a rare opportunity to curry favor with him. He took a step forward and glared at Li Lingtian as if he wanted to eat him alive. "Pa!" A soft sound rang out. The originally quiet passage became even louder. The three of them didn't say anything. Fairy Yingying and the young man were both stunned. The young man covered his face with one hand and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. "Didn't your parents teach you? You have to be polite to people. Are you an animal?" Li Lingtian said calmly. His tone was the same as before, neither salty nor indifferent. It turned out that he had slapped the young man. "If you don't teach this kind of person a lesson, he won't know the immensity of heaven and earth." "You hit me?" the young man said in a daze. He couldn't believe that someone would dare to slap him. Moreover, he was slapped in front of Fairy Yingying. This was the greatest humiliation in his life. Fairy Yingying was also stunned. She did not expect Li Lingtian to slap Ling Han in such a calm manner. This was too domineering. She had thought that someone with Li Lingtian's temperament and bearing would not hit anyone. However, not only did he hit her, he even gave her a resounding slap. "You didn't say anything wrong, and you didn't feel wrong either. I did hit you. No, I should be teaching you a lesson. The smile on Li Lingtian's face remained as he spoke indifferently as if he was talking about something very normal. Bastard, how dare you hit me? 1. Do you know who my father is? Ling Han was enraged, completely enraged. He hadn't thought that he would still be so arrogant after beating him up. This kind of arrogance had always been his specialty. He had been hunting wild geese all year round, but he had been pecked in the eye by the wild geese. I don't know. Li Lingtian said lightly as he laughed to himself. How could this F***ing trash be so stupid? My father is a tier 5 spirit alchemist in the Alchemist Guild. If you dare to hit me, you're finished. Ling Han was surprised to hear that Li Lingtian did not know who his father was. It was as if everyone in the world had to know his father. I want to see your president. Didn't you hear me? Li Lingtian was rendered speechless. Was this still a warrior? To think that he would bring up his father after being beaten up. He was a useless second-generation son. His father was really unlucky to have such a son. He looked at Fairy Yingying. He didn't care about her identity. He didn't want to provoke her. What are you doing here? At that moment, footsteps could be heard as a 60-year-old man approached. He asked in confusion when he saw Li Lingtian and the other two standing there. Father, this little bastard hit me. When Ling Han saw the old man's arrival, it was as if he had found a backer. He pointed fiercely at Li Lingtian. Fairy Yingying, what's going on? At this moment, Ling Haoyun also saw the 5 fingerprints on Ling Han's face. He looked at Fairy Yingying coldly, but he didn't dare to offend Fairy Yingying in the slightest, so he asked Fairy Yingying in a questioning tone. He wants to see the president. Fairy Yingying spoke in a delicate voice as she pointed her fair finger at Li Lingtian. You hit my son. What right do you have to see the president? Ling Haoyun asked calmly as he looked at Ling Han's red and swollen face. His eyes were cold as he looked at Li Lingtian. However, behind his calmness, there was indeed rage. It was just that he did not show it on his face. People like him were the most sinister. Whether I have the right or not, it's none of your business. Lock up your useless son. This time, he only met me. If he met anyone else, he would have died long ago even if he had 10,000 lives. Li Lingtian said coldly. He had been here for quite some time now, but he was still blocked by this place. He was already fuming. You hit my son, don't you have any respect for me, a level 5 spirit pill master? Ling Haoyun looked at Li Lingtian. He was a tier 3 martial emperor, so naturally, he could not tell Li Lingtian's cultivation base. Even if he knew that Li Lingtian was a martial honor, he would not care. In this world, alchemists look down on martial honors. The reason why he mentioned his identity as a spirit alchemist was to make Li Lingtian submit and apologize to him. I really don't put you in my eyes. Who do you think you are? Little trash is like this. So you were brought here by an old trash. A crooked stick will have crooked roots. Li Lingtian replied calmly. Dragons were not enemies of ants, and a mere spirit alchemist was hardly worth his attention. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a badge appeared in front of him. He had a disdainful expression on his face. Little bastard, you will regret this. This is Alchemy Saint Badge. You are. Are you a saint alchemist? Ling Haoyun was enraged and was about to make a move when he saw the badge in Li Lingtian's hand. He carefully looked at the badge and immediately trembled. He stuttered as he spoke. This was the badge of a saint alchemist. What was a saint alchemist? They were the top experts in alchemy and were supreme existences in the Tianhe region. Even in the Alchemist Guild, there were no saint alchemists. There were only 2 level 6 spirit alchemists. Chapter 463, Yingying, 1. Chapter 463, Yingying, 1. What is it? You said he's a saint alchemist? Fairy Yingying and Ling Han both cried out in surprise, as if they had heard the best joke. They looked at Ling Haoyun in disbelief, and instantly laughed as well. Ling Han laughed arrogantly, even in front of his father. Fairy Yingying looked at Li Lingtian curiously. Although she could not believe that Li Lingtian was a saint alchemist, she was not an idiot like Ling Han. A pair of beautiful eyes turned towards Ling Haoyun with a questioning expression. This gaze was like looking at a subordinate, completely different from the way a waiter in the Alchemist Guild looked at a spirit alchemist. Pa! Another loud slap sounded. There were only 3 people who slapped him before, but now there was Ling Haoyun. This slap landed on Ling Han's face as well. However, the person who struck was no longer Li Lingtian, but the other side. Now, both sides of Ling Han's face were swollen from the slaps, completely like a steamed bun that had fermented too much. Bastard, hurry up and apologize to the Pill Saint Master. Ling Haoyun could see clearly that this alchemy saint badge was not fake at all. This meant that this young man was a real alchemy saint. As a spirit alchemist, offending an alchemy saint was akin to courting death. Although spirit alchemists were high and mighty in front of others, they were completely ants in front of saint alchemists. Just now, he had said that the other party did not take him seriously. Now that he thought about it, how childish was he? Why would the other party, a saint alchemist, take a spirit alchemist like him seriously? A slap landed on Ling Han's face. He quickly urged Ling Han to apologize to Li Lingtian, hoping that this would shift the attention away from him so that he would not be blamed by Li Lingtian. Take me to your president. Li Lingtian did not even look at Ling Han and Ling Haoyun. A giant dragon was an enemy of an ant. It was an insult to be entangled with this father and son. He looked at Fairy Yingying with a calm expression. He didn't look angry at all. Yes. Fairy Yingying hummed in agreement. What had happened just now had already blinded her. How could Ling Han and Ling Haoyun be so arrogant? In the end, just a single badge from someone else was enough for them to suck up to them like dogs. Moreover, this young man did not pay any attention to them at all. He did not put the 2 of them in his eyes at all. Then, he led the way to the other end of the passage. However, he immediately realized that something was wrong with him being commanded by this young man. When had he ever been ordered around like this? And now, he was so obedient. Are you really an alchemy saint? Hello, my name is Yingying. Fairy Yingying turned around and placed her hands on her waist. She looked up at Li Lingtian and asked seriously. She looked extremely cute. She had a faint noble temperament and a hint of beauty, making her look much more beautiful. Moreover, after hearing that he was a saint alchemist, he was still so calm, as if he had seen an ordinary person. What's so great about being a saint alchemist? My name is Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face as he was pleased with the girl before him. This behavior was somewhat similar to Tang Zimeng and Ji Yi's personalities. If the 3 of them were together, they would definitely cause a ruckus. Li Lingtian, I think I've heard someone mention this name before. Alchemy Saint, N, can you refine pills that retain one's youth? Yingying pouted her lips and instantly looked extremely sexy. She covered her forehead with her small hand as if she was thinking, but she did not remember. Then, a trace of curiosity and anticipation appeared on his face. Girls naturally wanted to maintain their appearance forever. To alchemy saint masters, what they wanted the most was medicinal pills that could preserve their appearance. Isn't it just to keep your face? This is for you. Li Lingtian felt relaxed as well. It was easy for him to talk to this girl. He did not have any interest in her and was just being calm. Moreover, he thought it was normal for girls to talk about preserving their looks. After all, with the status and strength of a saint alchemist, there should be hope of refining the face-preserving pill. Then, he used his divine sense and took out a 500-year-old vermilion fruit from the divine dragon ring. It was a blood-red fruit that emitted dense spiritual energy. Vermilion fruit, a 500-year-old vermilion fruit. This is great. I've been looking for you for so long, and I've finally found you. When Yingying saw the vermilion fruit in Li Lingtian's hand, she was instantly excited as if she had seen a magical treasure. She kissed the vermilion fruit with her small mouth, looking extremely alluring. Li Lingtian was taken aback. There was something fishy about this girl. Very few people had seen the vermilion fruit. Furthermore, the girl could tell that it was a 500-year-old vermilion fruit at a glance. It was obvious that she had seen an ordinary aged vermilion fruit before. Moreover, he didn't seem to care at all when he saw the spirit alchemist. Even if he knew that he was a saint alchemist, he wasn't surprised. Can you take me to see your president now? Li Lingtian smiled. He was delighted to see the girl in front of him so happy with the vermilion fruit. A mere vermilion fruit was nothing to a girl who was happy. This was not because he was a playboy. To be able to see a beautiful girl's sincere and happy smile was the happiest thing. Follow me. Yingying reacted immediately and stuck out her tongue. She smiled mischievously and quickly led Li Lingtian to the second floor. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. This little girl was way too seductive. This action was too much for him to handle. A tender tongue. Although this action was a girl's nature, it should not be done to a stranger. It could get him killed. President, someone wants to see you. When they arrived at the second floor, Yingying did not knock on the door and walked straight into a room. When she arrived at an alchemy room, she saw an old man comprehending the pill formula and called out in a cute and mischievous voice. Girl, I've told you many times to knock when you come in. The old man looked at Yingying helplessly. Then, he looked at Li Lingtian and Yingying in confusion. Third grandpa, he's Li Lingtian. He's here to see you. Yingying was even more relaxed now. She sat on a chair casually. This chair was specially used by the president, but she sat on it playfully. Li Lingtian. Your Excellency Divine Alchemist Li Lingtian. Yingying was nothing. A name was nothing. A saint alchemist was nothing. However, when the old man heard this name, he cried out in surprise. There might be millions of people with this name in the divine martial continent, but there was only one person who could use Li Lingtian's name as a title. That person was the Holy Alchemist, His Excellency Li Lingtian. His face revealed an excited expression, as if he had seen a god. I'm Li Lingtian. I'm here to take a look at the Alchemist Guild. I'd like to ask the guild master for a favor. Li Lingtian took out his badge and flashed it. His expression was calm as he spoke in a tone that was neither humble nor respectful. Even if he was facing someone of a lower rank than him, he would never put on airs. 11 Please take a seat, Alchemy Saint. I'm Xianyuan Feng. If Alchemy Saint has any instructions, just let me know. This girl is my family's precious granddaughter. She doesn't know her place. Please don't take offense, Alchemy Saint. Upon seeing the badge, Xianyuan Feng was certain that Li Lingtian was not lying. He quickly led Li Lingtian to his seat and pointed at Yingying, who had a mischievous look on her face. You're too polite, Your Excellency Xianyuan. Miss Yingying is straightforward. It's a girl's nature. In this world, it's rare to see a girl as cute as Yingying. It's much better than those people wearing masks. I have nothing else to do. I came to Tianhe region to carry some things, so I came here to take a look. I have a pill formula that requires some medicinal herbs. Please help me pay attention to it. Li Lingtian took out a jade slip. It was not a pill formula but the names of some precious herbs. That's not a problem. As long as we have news of these medicinal herbs, we will definitely get them. These medicinal herbs are extremely precious. It will be a problem if we want to find them all at once. May I know when you want them? 11. Xuanyuan's divine sense read through the jade slip, and his expression changed continuously. The names of the medicinal herbs in the jade slip were obviously needed for level 7 pills. This was in line with Li Lingtian's identity. Li Lingtian must be a saint alchemist who had refined tier 7 pills. Although the Alchemist Guild was powerful, it was also impossible to find so many medicinal herbs all at once. This isn't urgent. Moreover, this lord still has some matters to attend to. After this matter is settled, this lord will come to the Alchemist Guild again. Li Lingtian replied calmly. It was impossible for him to find the ingredients for the tier 7 divine feather pill on his own. There was still a portion that he had yet to find. Judging from the Alchemist Guild's strength, he should have some confidence. Moreover, he was not in a hurry. In any case, there was still some time before he could settle his matters. After settling his matters, it would not be bad to come here again. I'm not playing anymore. Third Grandpa, look, he said it's not good to wear a mask. I'm not playing anymore. At that moment, Yingying, who was playing by the side, suddenly spoke up as she glared at Li Lingtian. Following that, her fingers moved gently around her earlobe and tore off a mask. Li Lingtian's eyes were immediately dazzled. A beautiful and exquisite face appeared in front of him, and he almost had difficulty breathing. He did not expect such a beautiful face to exist in this world. This face was somewhat similar to before, but now it was exquisite and perfect. It was completely a masterpiece of heaven. Even when compared to Ge, he was not much different. Coupled with her sexy mouth and mischievous personality, she was a completely different Ge. He didn't expect Yingying to be wearing a mask. She was so beautiful under the mask. Li Lingtian was stunned for a moment. His expression did not change, but his heart was in turmoil. No wonder she had to wear a mask. If she didn't wear a mask, her face would make the world go crazy. I'll have to trouble you with this matter, Your Excellency Xianyuan. I'll take my leave. Li Lingtian glanced at Yingying before he stood up and walked out. He was not as amazed by Yingying's beauty as the others. Now that he had many beautiful women around him, and all of them were peerless beauties, his immunity to beautiful women had increased tremendously. Naturally, he would not be charmed by Yingying. Hello. Just as he reached the door, he heard Yingying's voice. It was obvious that she was calling him. If he stopped, she really didn't know how to deal with him. Shoo. After leaving the Alchemist Guild, Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if he had just fought a great battle with a martial emperor powerhouse. This Xianyuan Yingying was really not easy to deal with. She actually made him feel so afraid. In fact, it was nothing. Xianyuan Yingying made him feel relaxed at the beginning. After all, he was calm. He could relax by chatting with ordinary beauties. However, Xianyuan Yingying's identity was different. She didn't want to be entangled with such a beauty, so she let him escape. However, thinking about it, Xianyuan Yingying was similar to Ge and Tang Zimeng. Their personalities were similar, and they were both peerless beauties. After leaving the Alchemist Guild, Li Lingtian strolled around Tianhe Holy City before returning to the relay station to rest. When he returned, the other powerhouses were also cultivating. Powerhouses like them were wholeheartedly focused on cultivation, wanting to have a greater breakthrough in martial arts. He would only fight with the strong unless he had no other choice. This was all related to his own interests. At the relay station, Li Lingtian did not wander around anymore. Instead, he sat in his room and meditated. In the Alchemist Guild, Xianyuan Yingying pouted her rosy little lips and returned to her room. She sat down on Xianyuan Feng's seat in an instant, and her little face revealed an unhappy expression. Moreover, when she thought of the situation just now, her small face could not help but burn. Someone actually took advantage of her like this. My little darling, who offended you? Xianyuan Feng asked softly as he studied the pill formula. When Xianyuan Yingying came in, he could see that his little darling was out of it and felt amused. This treasure of his was like a pearl. He was afraid that it would fly away in his hands and melt in his mouth. The entire Xianyuan family doted on this little darling. This little darling was also unrestrained and lively. She did not expect that she would be acting like a little girl now, and she even looked a little angry. Third Grandpa, is that Li Lingtian really a saint alchemist? Xianyuan Yingying's personality was clear. She was never angry. Even if she was unhappy, she would forget it in the blink of an eye. It was the same now. He was still angry just now, but he immediately revealed a curious expression. He came in front of Xianyuan Feng and asked curiously. How could he still look angry? It was as if nothing had happened just now. Yes. This person is a legend of alchemy. When Xianyuan Feng mentioned Li Lingtian, his face was filled with admiration. He was already a few hundred years old, but the only person he truly admired was this time. As a top-notch alchemist, he was naturally familiar with alchemy. It was more difficult for him to improve himself than to ascend to the heavens. Moreover, the talent of an alchemist was even more difficult than the talent of a martial artist. It was difficult for a martial artist to break through from a martial emperor to a martial honor. However, compared to the advancement of an alchemist, it was completely incomparable. The advancement of an alchemist was even more difficult than the advancement of a martial saint to a martial god. This was not something that could be improved by refining pills every day. It was completely dependent on talent and luck. He's really that powerful. Third Grandpa, tell me about him. Yingying wants to see what's so great about him that Third Grandpa praises him so much. When Xianyuan Yingying heard Xianyuan Feng's words and saw his appearance, she became even more curious. What kind of person was this? She was naturally intelligent and could see the changes in Li Lingtian. Before she revealed her true appearance, Li Lingtian was still very close to her as if they were friends. However, after she revealed her true appearance, Li Lingtian had completely changed into a distant person. Li Lingtian was not stunned by her peerless beauty. Instead, he remained calm. This made her feel a sense of loss, an inexplicable sense of loss. The more Li Lingtian distanced himself from her, the more curious she became. This was a girl's nature, a curious nature, and an unyielding nature. He is a true monster. He was treated as trash at the age of 14, but he rose to power in defiance of the heavens. He went from a martial apprentice to a warrior spirit within a year, and he fought against a martial grandmaster and a martial king at the warrior spirit realm. He swept away all the talented martial artists in the world. A Tier 9 warrior spirit created the most miraculous 9 heavens of ice and fire in the world, fusing ice and fire. He made a breakthrough in battle and became the most talented expert. When he was a martial king, he fought against a 4th-level martial emperor and killed a 4th-level martial emperor. From then on, he was unstoppable. He built a magical heavenly cloud battleship and swept across the Green Continent. He made the martial emperors of Green Continent submit to him. No one in Green Continent could resist him. However, he was surrounded and killed by 10 6th-level martial emperors and a demon supreme. He attracted the light of God's fury. He didn't die under the light of God's fury. He was teleported to the Azure Continent, became a Saint Pill Master, a martial emperor, wiped out the revered martial artists in the soliciting Moon City, fought against the Dishi family, wiped out the House of Storms, and swept across the Azure Continent. After returning to Green Island, he single-handedly wiped out 1 million demons. In just 5 days, he killed nearly 1 million demons. The war god swept across the world and came to the Tianhe region to refine a 7th-grade mutated peerless great rejuvenating pill. Don't you think this is a legend? Moreover, he's only 21 years old this year. He's a saint alchemist at 21 years old, a 4th-level martial honored realm expert at 21 years old, and he killed a 6th-level martial emperor realm expert at 21 years old. Xian Yuanfeng turned to look at the little darling beside him and recounted Li Lingtian's deeds vividly as if he had seen it with his own eyes. He was a legend. The Xianyuan clan of the Tianhe region naturally knew about him. Although the experts of the Tianhe region didn't go out, they knew about the Azure continent and the Serenity continent. As he spoke, he looked at the jade slip in his hand with a look of admiration. He looked at Xianyuan Yingying with a smile in his eyes. This gaze made Xianyuan Yingying blush. She naturally understood that her third grandfather was laughing at her. As he listened, he was completely intoxicated. He did not expect such a heaven-defying monster to exist in this world. Who wouldn't fall for such an expert? She had long forgotten about the matter of being taken advantage of just now. She wanted to see this young man's elegance again. Every girl worshipped a hero, and a real hero at that. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this guy was elegant and graceful. He didn't even care about a peerless beauty like her. Chapter 465, 12 Galaxia Ancient Divine Formation. Chapter 465, 12 Galaxia Ancient Divine Formation. I really didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. Let's see if that guy from the D family dares to be arrogant in the future. 1 foot, Xianyuan Yingying pouted her rosy lips. She was infuriated when she thought of Di Mingtian from the D family. He always thought that he was invincible. It seemed like the difference between Di Mingtian and Li Lingtian was too great. Little darling, did the alchemy Saint Master make you angry just now? Xian Yuanfeng was a sly old fox. Naturally, he could tell that Xianyuan Yingying must have run into a wall with Li Lingtian. He had also noticed Li Lingtian's change. Before Xianyuan Yingying revealed her true appearance, Li Lingtian seemed to be on good terms with her. However, the moment he revealed his true appearance, he stood up and left. He did not even manage to stop Xianyuan Yingying. He was also curious about what this alchemy Saint Master had done to Xianyuan Yingying to make his little darling so angry. This guy, I called him, but he still ignored me. In the end, he even touched me. And ran away faster than a rabbit. Xianyuan Yingying pouted as if she was angry again. When she mentioned Li Lingtian touching her face flushed red. When she saw third grandpa looking at her, she pointed at her face that Li Lingtian was touching. After saying that, he was toot and wished he could grab Li Lingtian to vent his anger. Ha, ha. Ha, I didn't think that you would have such a time. If word gets out, it will definitely make the jaws of all the experts in the world drop. After Xianyuan Feng heard that, he looked at Xianyuan Yingying's expression and associated it with Li Lingtian's escape. He burst out laughing. Third grandpa, you're still smiling. If he escapes, you have to catch him. Otherwise, don't even think about refining pills in peace. When Xianyuan Yingying saw Xianyuan Feng laughing, she instantly became even angrier. She stomped her foot and turned her head away, pretending to ignore Xianyuan Feng. This move had been tried and tested many times. However, this time, he didn't hear Xianyuan Feng speak again. Instead, he looked at his own pill formula. Third grandpa. Xianyuan Yingying did not expect her well-tested technique to fail. Could it be because of Li Lingtian? He walked in front of Xianyuan Feng and snatched the pill formula from his hands. Little darling, don't torture me. Li Lingtian will not be leaving Tianhe City for the time being. This is your business. On one side is a holy alchemist, and on the other is my little darling. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Xianyuan Feng smiled bitterly. What was going on when he captured Li Lingtian? Although the Xianyuan family was powerful, they did not want to provoke the Alchemist Guild. Moreover, he was also a member of the Alchemist Guild, so he naturally understood how powerful the Alchemist Guild was. Besides, the Xianyuan family did not want to stir up trouble and they could not afford to provoke Li Lingtian. Looking at Xianyuan Yingying's expression, he knew what was going on. As an adult, he naturally wouldn't get involved. He knew that Li Lingtian had a few peerless beauties by his side who were not inferior to Xianyuan Yingying. It would not be easy for Xianyuan Yingying to find Li Lingtian. Nonetheless, he pushed these matters aside. Li Lingtian would not be leaving Tianhe's sacred city for the time being anyway. Really? Then I'll be leaving first. When Xianyuan Yingying heard Xianyuan Feng's words, she quickly ran out. However, she returned very quickly and quickly put on her mask, returning to her original appearance. She wanted to cover up her peerless beauty so that she wouldn't be able to amaze the world. Xianyuan Yingying waited in the Alchemist Guild for a few days but still did not see Li Lingtian. She had heard that Li Lingtian would return to collect the herbs and that third grandpa would not leave for the time being. However, she did not see Li Lingtian again, which made her feel annoyed. Days passed. Li Lingtian spent 5 days cultivating at the relay station, restoring his cultivation base and spirit to its peak condition. On this day, a message came from the relay station, telling all the participants to head to the Heavenly River Temple. When it was time for them to enter the forbidden area, Li Lingtian stopped cultivating after he heard the news. When he came out, he saw East River Qingyun and the others had just come out. Sir Lingtian, you seem to be in good spirits. Did something good happen? Duanmu Yu greeted Li Lingtian with a smile on her face when she saw him coming out. In the past 2 days, someone came to look for Li Lingtian but he did not go out. The few of them knew that it was a beautiful girl but they did not know her identity. Hence, he did not mention Li Lingtian's presence to avoid causing trouble for Li Lingtian. However, they all thought that Li Lingtian had been out hunting for women for the past 2 days and was even approached by them. They were filled with admiration for him. Brother Duanmu, please forgive me. I did not go out and cause trouble during this period of time, hee. Li Lingtian chuckled as well. Even if he wanted to hide these things, the other party would still believe it. Since he did not do anything, he would just laugh at him. This kind of joke made him seem approachable and did not put on any airs. The few revered martial artists and martial emperors were delighted. At least they would not show any respect in front of Li Lingtian. Otherwise, it would be unnatural. However, the powerhouses from the other factions were not impressed by Li Lingtian's good relationship with the few martial emperor powerhouses despite being a level 4 revered martial artist. They cast a disdainful glance at East River Qingyun and the others. In their opinion, the strong should have the identity of a strong person and not mix with some ants. Li Lingtian and the rest ignored the powerhouses' disdain. There was no need to show off one's strength in this place. It would only be considered a skill if one could walk out of the forbidden area. After a brief greeting, the few of them walked out of Raleigh Square. With a special person to receive them, they naturally wouldn't get lost. Soon, the group arrived in front of the most mysterious Heavenly River Temple in Heavenly River Sacred City. In front of this hall was a small square. Although this square wasn't big, it was still 3 to 4 miles wide. In the center of the square was a huge array altar. By the time Li Lingtian and the others arrived, there were already dozens of powerhouses in the plaza. Needless to say, these dozens of experts were experts from the 4 major families of the Tianhe region, and they were also people who had entered the forbidden area of the Tianhe region. The 4 great families of the Tianhe region were the Di family, the Lan family, the Gongsun family, and the Bailey family. The strength of the 4 great families was equivalent to the power of the 4 great cities, or even stronger than the strength of the 4 great cities. Otherwise, they would not have settled down in Tianhe Sacred City. Half of the 40 powerhouses were revered martial artists, and the other half were martial emperors. All the revered martial artists were at the peak of the 9th level of the revered martial artist realm. The martial emperor powerhouses were all at the 7th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Their abilities were also extremely profound. Moreover, there were 4 eighth heaven martial emperors. Needless to say, every clan had an 8th heaven martial emperor. Including the 8th heaven martial monarch realm experts outside, there were 8 8th heaven martial monarch realm experts this time. Their strength was terrifying. It was basically difficult for ordinary supreme realm experts to survive after entering. After all, any martial emperor could kill them in an instant. However, in order for their families and forces to obtain a better ranking and obtain the treasures inside, martial emperor powerhouses would protect. Martial honored powerhouses. This was the strength of a team. Moreover, if they went inside, martial emperors and martial venerables had to be together to deal with some mysterious and unknown dangers. Li Lingtian kept these martial emperor powerhouses in mind so that he would not be killed by a mistake. The dozens of experts who had just arrived stood in order and waited for the forbidden area to open. There were 40 experts from the 4 cities and 13 experts from the other forces. This time, a total of 93 experts entered the forbidden area for a year. They did not know what it was like inside the forbidden area. Everyone is here. The competition between the 4 cities and the 4 families will begin now. However, the competition will not be held here, but in the forbidden area of the Tianhe Zone. The forbidden area of the Tianhe Zone opens once every 10,000 years. However, the last time it opened was 100,000 years ago. Therefore, those who enter this time must be careful. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets if they die inside. At this moment, an old man at the 8th heaven of the martial emperor realm walked out, followed by 12 powerhouses at the 8th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Each of them had reached the peak of their strength. The old man swept his gaze across the 93 experts and then said calmly. He looked at Li Lingtian intentionally or unintentionally. It was not a big deal since Li Lingtian was too conspicuous here. Other people were at level 9 Supreme Realm, level 6, level 7, or even level 8 Supreme Realm. However, Li Lingtian was only at level 4 Supreme Realm. The difference in their realms was too great. Entering the forbidden area requires unity. The number of people who come out does not mean victory. There are 99 5-colored spiritual pearls inside. Whoever gets the most spiritual pearls wins. Naturally, the winner represents the victory of the faction. Get ready now. The forbidden area will open in 10 minutes. The old man said that he wanted to unite, but on the other hand, he said that he wanted to fight for the 99 5-colored spiritual pearls. This was completely a kind of slaughter. Li Lingtian also understood that this competition was not a competition but a search for the 99 5-colored spiritual pearls. To put it bluntly, it was to help the Tianhe Zone find the spiritual pearls. However, while searching for spiritual pearls, one would also obtain benefits inside. This kind of benefit had to pay a corresponding price. Following that, Li Lingtian and the rest adjusted their breathing to prevent themselves from being affected by their condition when they entered the cave. If they were not careful, they might perish inside. Seconds passed. The 12 8th level martial emperor realm experts arrived at the edge of the square and formed a mysterious formation. Li Lingtian looked at the 12 powerhouses' angles and positions and was shocked. This formation was actually an ancient formation. 12 Galaxia Ancient God Formation. Although Li Lingtian did not know how to set up the primordial divine array and could not crack it, he recognized it. His cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Supreme Realm, and his control of the divine array had also reached a higher level. Naturally, he could see the origin of this array at once. Chapter 466, Top-Grade Spirit Stone. Chapter 466, Top-Grade Spirit Stone. The 12 Galaxia Ancient God Formation was the most magical auxiliary formation among the ancient God formations. It didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, but it was a magical formation that could form the world. It was also the medium between one world and another. As time passed, a supreme-grade spirit stone appeared in each of the 12 8th-level martial emperor realm experts' hands. Moreover, each piece represented an attribute. Low-level warriors only knew some martial spirits of the 5 elements and some magical martial spirits, but they didn't know that there were thousands of attributes in this world. Only top-notch powerhouses could come into contact with these. Li Lingtian was one of them. He possessed the ice and fire dual martial souls, the 5 elements perfection, the heavenly sword body, and the true dragon body. 12 top-grade spirit stones were definitely more valuable than 12 heaven artifacts. At this time, top-grade spirit stones were no longer a currency, but a top-grade treasure. Supreme spiritual stones were the king of thousands of spiritual stones. Even if someone was willing to pay 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones, they wouldn't be able to exchange for a single supreme spiritual stone. Li Lingtian had dozens of such supreme-grade spiritual stones, but he rarely used them. He was reluctant to use them because he was using them to build a formation. Swoosh! Between heaven and earth, a stream of spiritual energy was used. This stream of spiritual energy was connected to the top-grade spirit stone in the hands of one of the experts. Immediately, a storm of spiritual energy appeared in the entire square. Then, another spell was cast, and another stream of spiritual energy appeared. The spiritual energy fused with the spirit stone in the expert's hand, and a powerful aura appeared. One after another, 12 streams of heaven and earth spiritual chi swirled in the square. Between heaven and earth, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Strange signs appeared in the entire Tianhe sacred city, shocking countless experts, but no one dared to come here. Rumble. The 12 streams of spiritual energy fused together and formed a shocking pillar of light. The shocking pillar of light pierced through the clouds and shot straight into the 9 heavens. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the 12 super experts were extremely ugly. They spat out the words they wanted to say first, but none of them relaxed. If they relaxed, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Li Lingtian was worried for the 12 super powerhouses when he saw their situation. After all, the primordial divine array was not something that an ordinary powerhouse could control. Unless one had reached the level of a true god, one would not be able to control such a divine array. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. One of the martial emperor powerhouses took out a mysterious array disk. The appearance of the array disk immediately stabilized the unstable spiritual chi in the sky. At this moment, the pillar of light between heaven and earth ruthlessly shot towards the array altar in the square. Immediately, a muffled sound rang out as the pillar of light connected the heaven and earth together. It was unknown how high the pillar of light was or how deep it went into the array altar. Hurry up and use the token to enter. The powerhouse who had started to speak shouted at Li Lingtian and the others as he watched the changes between heaven and earth. Swoosh, swoosh. Hearing the old man's words, all the experts flew towards the light pillar. After entering the light pillar, all the experts disappeared as if they had disappeared into thin air. Li Lingtian did not hesitate to follow East River Qingyun and the others as they flew into the pillar of light. The moment he entered the light pillar, Li Lingtian felt as if he had entered the sea. The gentle seawater eroded his body and he slid along the water. Sensing this, the ice soul martial spirit circulated and his soul consciousness became clear. However, this feeling still existed. It was not an illusion, but reality. His body also followed the pillar of light quickly. He didn't know how far it was. When he came in, he clearly saw East River Qingyun and the others, but now he couldn't see them. He did not know how much time had passed, whether it was a second or a day, but his body was suspended in the air. Li Lingtian was shocked as he subconsciously flashed and landed steadily. After landing, it was not a square but a barren desert. There were no flowers or plants at all. It was a barren land that made people feel sad. Sacrifice. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly when he saw what was happening. Didn't they say that they were going to team up with the martial emperor inside? There was not a single person in sight. Was this not a joke? He couldn't care less about this. He activated his divine sense and summoned a flying sword. The flying sword bombarded the sky. Suddenly, the sword aura in the sky was soaring and shuttling back and forth at high speed. After a full minute, the sword aura struck the sky countless times before Li Lingtian finally stopped. Li Lingtian then flew at a high speed. After flying for several miles, he once again bombarded the sky with his flying sword. After dozens of consecutive attacks, Li Lingtian felt a little more at ease. It was most likely to encounter invisible gales and unknown dangers in these places. This way, he would not be ambushed by unknown dangers. Once everything was done, Li Lingtian released the multicolored beast. The multicolored beast was now at Tier 5, Level 9, and was not far from Tier 6. Although the multicolored beast was no longer capable of fighting with Li Lingtian's current cultivation base, it could still serve as a mount. As the multicolored beast sprinted forward, Li Lingtian's divine perception quickly scanned the area, but he could not find any signs of life. Not to mention human figures, there were not even the slightest bit of flowers, grass, and trees. Naturally, there were no demon beasts. Rumble. A shocking explosion sounded from thousands of miles away. Li Lingtian quietly extended his divine consciousness and observed the area. Unlike other places, this place was filled with 9th Heaven Supreme Realm and 7th and 8th Heaven Martial Emperor Realm experts. If he rashly barged in, he would be courting death. In just a moment, 3 consecutive explosions sounded. All 3 explosions carried destructive power, and the ground trembled. Li Lingtian also noticed that the opponents were a Martial Supreme and 2 9th-level Martial Honored powerhouses. The 9th level of the Supreme Realm was already so terrifying. One could imagine how powerful the martial artists who came in this time were. He was not too worried about a Supreme Realm expert, but he did not intend to rush forward rashly. After all, people like to be hunters in these places. The mantis pouncing on the cicada, the oriole behind. There was still a hunter behind the oriole. He did not want to be the oriole. Even if he didn't take advantage of her, he wouldn't be an oriole. If he became an oriole, he would most likely become the hunter's prey. He hid his body and began to size up this place. With the eye of the divine soul activated, his divine sense had also reached a limit. Everything in the world could be seen with his eyes. It would have been fine if he didn't look, but when he did, he was really shocked. In this place, other than the battle between the 2 9th-level Supreme Realm experts, there were also 6 9th-level Supreme Realm experts hiding at the side. None of them looked like they were going to make a move. Seeing this, Li Lingtian quickly retreated and began searching within a radius of 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles of territory. If he used his spiritual sense to scan, it would only take 2 minutes. As he flew, he used his spiritual sense to search. 2 minutes later, Li Lingtian returned to his original spot with a relaxed expression on his face. However, he was not overly relaxed. Within 10,000 miles, he even saw 3 9th-level Supreme Realm experts. He was certain of one thing, and that was that there was no Martial Emperor in this place. After being transported in, they should be separated according to the strength of their cultivation. Martial Emperors and Supreme Realm experts were temporarily separated. Since there was no Martial Monarch Realm expert in this place for the time being, it was easy to talk to him. Rumble. Rumble. It was not that the 2 9th-level Supreme Realm experts did not know that there were other powerhouses hiding, but it was impossible to stop now. Mo Shao, if the 2 of us continue to fight, we will all die here. How about we move to a place where there is no one else to fight? Qin Yi lowered his voice and looked at Mo Shao carefully. Both of them were at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. After this battle, there was no winner at all. It was impossible to kill the other party. Moreover, With their experience and knowledge, they naturally knew that there might be experts watching nearby. As long as one of them was injured or killed, someone would come out. Alright, when the time comes, this 5-colored spiritual pearl will still be mine. After saying that, his body flashed and he quickly flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. 2 sounds of air being torn apart rang out as his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. Both of them used teleportation, which could only be used by martial-honored realm experts. It seemed that the 2 of them knew their limits. Fighting for a 5-colored spiritual pearl in this place was really courting death. There were only 99 5-colored spiritual pearls in this forbidden area. Moreover, such a vast forbidden area was like the divine martial continent. It was impossible to find these 5-colored spiritual pearls. Swoosh. After the 2 experts left, the hidden experts were more patient, but they were worried that the other party had gone too far. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. With a flash, he relied on the magical wind-type movement technique and disappeared into thin air, as if he had disappeared from the world. Although this kind of movement technique was magical, the martial artists behind all had a target, so they did not have to worry about getting lost at all. A minute later, some experts appeared and flew away. Gradually, the 6 super experts flew at a high speed. However, their flight paths were different. They were also hidden, afraid of being discovered. Li Lingtian looked at these powerhouses with a faint smile on his face. He was cautious enough, but he was not patient enough. With a flick of his divine perception, a fist-sized silver worm appeared before him. He then attached his divine perception to the silver worm and it quickly disappeared. Li Lingtian remained hidden in his original spot despite the disappearance of the silver malicious worm. He was completely unconcerned about the powerhouses fighting for the 5-colored spiritual pearl. To him, a supreme realm expert was nothing. He was just worried that a martial emperor would appear. The martial emperors here were not trash. The lowest was a level 6 martial emperor, and the strongest was an level 8 martial emperor. If he was ambushed alone, he would be waiting for death. 5 minutes later, another 9th-level Supreme Realm Expert finally flew out. Pfft! Just as the Supreme Realm Experts flew up, they spat out a mouthful of blood. A tiny blood hole appeared between their brows. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. In his line of sight, he saw a white-robed young man walking over. His entire person was unrestrained and elegant, as if he was a figure from the 9 heavens. He reached out with one hand and an exquisite flying knife appeared in his hand. When the flying knife landed in his hand, the Supreme Realm Expert had already fallen to the ground. Chapter 467, The Power of Traceless Spacetime. Chapter 467, The Power of Traceless Spacetime. Spacetime traceless, hee. Li Lingtian looked at the exquisite flying dagger in his hand with a satisfied expression. Although his cultivation base had not improved much during this period of time, he had managed to refine this flying dagger. With the addition of the treasure control art, the power of this flying knife could also be fully unleashed. It was just that his cultivation was not high, so it also limited some magical effects. Silently and without a trace, it carried the mysteries of space. If one was not prepared, one would be killed. No expert could react in time. By the time they reacted, the flying knife had already pierced through their bodies. At that time, unless they were gods, their souls could not escape. He passed by the expert who had been killed and grabbed the bag of holding. After scanning his body with his divine sense, he didn't find anything else. His body flashed strangely and he quickly left. He admired this expert's patience, but patience did not necessarily mean good luck. If Li Lingtian were to encounter his own traceless spacetime, he would be killed in a single blow without even a chance to resist. If Li Lingtian did not leave, even if he died, he would not know who killed him. After the silver bugs were subdued, he could use them. Although they were only at the strength of a martial king or martial grandmaster, it would not be so simple if there were more of them. With his current cultivation, he didn't plan to cultivate these things. However, it was good to use them to track. With some divine sense attached, the silver bugs were hidden in the air. Even if a martial artist found them, they wouldn't pay much attention. In his divine sense, he saw that the 6 experts who were following him kept flying and had no intention of stopping. In other words, the 2 experts who were fighting in front of him did not stop. Upon realizing this, Li Lingtian sped up with a faint sinister smile on his face. Since he was here, he would help them on behalf of East River City. After killing a Supreme Realm expert in this place, the other forces would not be able to find their own Supreme Realm experts. Moreover, he had discovered the 5-colored spiritual bead, so he naturally wouldn't leak it out. Thinking of this, he sped up again. Killing intent appeared in his heart, and he no longer had any scruples. Sword howl, heaven and earth. Sensing that the powerhouse in front of him was not far away, Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and the Tianyu sword appeared in his hand. A shocking pressure burst forth and sword will soared into the sky. Feeling the destructive sword will and pressure, the 9th-level martial honor in front of Li Lingtian was shocked. He instinctively cast his defense, which exposed his tracks. However, it was too late even though he had cast his defense. In the face of Li Lingtian's sword howl of the heavens and earth, a sword ray tore through the sky. Kacha! Tisk! A cracking sound was heard, followed by the sound of tearing apart the expert's defense and body. Ah! A miserable cry resounded through the world. A 9th-level Supreme Realm expert had died. A trace of blood appeared between his brows. He fell to the ground and no longer had any aura. Li Lingtian flew past and retrieved the death-revered martial artist's storage pouch. His body flashed as he had no intention of hiding now because all the powerhouses had discovered him. All of them looked at Li Lingtian in shock. He had killed a level 9 Supreme Realm powerhouse in one move. Only a martial emperor could achieve such a feat. The martial emperors who had come here were all level 7 or 8 Supreme Realm powerhouses. No matter how powerful they were no match for a martial emperor. Your Excellency. Destruction. Upon seeing the murderous intent emanating from Li Lingtian's body, the few 9th-level martial honors no longer held back. Instead, they unleashed their powerful defenses. One of the revered martial artists opened his mouth and was about to threaten him. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Lingtian had already slashed his sword. Sword momentum carried the power of heaven and earth. Sword momentum was the strongest type of power and also the sharpest type. Invincibility was to describe the sharpness of a sword. Pft! The sword was like a rainbow that pierced through the sun, killing the heavens and earth. Every sword took away the life of a 9th-level Supreme Realm expert. In the blink of an eye, 6 Supreme Realm experts fell at the same time. It was only when he fell that he realized Li Lingtian's figure had reappeared. On Li Lingtian's body, a pair of crystal-clear wings fluttered. The speed and strangeness of the thunderclap wings, coupled with the confinement of the spatial banner, and the sword aura of the sword whistling through the world. With the power of 3 in 1, no one below the martial Supreme Realm could withstand his strangulation. His greatest achievement was the fusion of the spatial banner and the thunderclap wings. It wasn't a real fusion. He was just using the 2 saint weapons at the same time without any gap. The space banner was a treasure of space, and the thunderclap wings' speed also carried some profound meaning of space. With the combination of the 2 saint weapons, his speed and strength had reached a terrifying level. Although it didn't seem very powerful, in a big battle, these small things were very crucial. The 6 Supreme Realm powerhouses fell at almost the same time. Li Lingtian appeared and landed steadily on the ground. He put away the Tianyu sword in his hand and a suction force appeared. 6 storage pouches flew into his hand. The 2 9th-level Supreme Realm experts in front were still flying at high speed. When they heard the shocking screams behind them, not only were they not afraid, but they were even more excited. That was because if the battle started later, they would not have the chance to deal with them. The chances of obtaining this 5-colored spiritual pearl were much higher. However, at this moment, a destructive crisis descended. It felt like the Grim Reaper was calling. He turned around and saw a sword light that seemed to cut through time and space floating over. The sword light did not have the slightest bit of power, but it brought about the aura of death. Sword force. Mo Xiao and Qin Yi looked at this sword light and both cried out in surprise. Although there was only one sword light, the two of them could not tell who the sword light was attacking at all. A Supreme Realm expert's reaction was extremely agile. In this short period of time, a powerful defense was displayed. Kacha. Tisk. Two sounds rang out. The defense in front of Mo Xiao was cut open by the sword light. His body was exposed under the sword light, and his face revealed a shocked expression. A trace of blood appeared between his eyebrows, and his body fell down. Qin Yi, who was at the side, saw that the sword light was attacking Mo Xiao. His heart instantly relaxed. Although the other party's sword aura was powerful, it would take some time for him to execute a second move. He could use this opportunity to escape. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he lost all his strength and his consciousness gradually faded. All he could see was blood. A stream of blood flowed out from his glabella, blocking his eyes. Finally, he understood that he was about to die. However, he did not know what killed him, nor did he know who killed him. However, with his other eye, he saw the smile on Li Lingtian's face. An exquisite flying knife appeared in Li Lingtian's left hand while a long sword appeared in his right hand. Qin Yi knew that he had been killed by the young man in front of him and died under the flying knife. "You don't know what you're talking about," Li Lingtian said coldly before he appeared in front of Mo Xiao and Qin Yi in a flash. With a grab, a storage pouch appeared in his hand. Ah! At this moment, a scream sounded from 500 meters away. Li Lingtian ignored him and grabbed another storage bag. He scanned the storage bag with his divine perception and smiled faintly. Then, a fist-sized bead appeared in his hand. The bead was 5-colored and emitted a faint mysterious spiritual energy. 5-colored spiritual pearl. So it's the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Li Lingtian sized up the bead with a faint smile on his face before revealing an "I see" expression. This 5-colored spiritual bead had the aura of the 5 elements. However, the aura inside was not spiritual energy, but a mysterious aura. This aura exceeded the scope of spiritual energy, but it had never left the 5 elements. With a flick of his consciousness, a seal appeared on the 5-colored spiritual bead. Then, he put the 5-colored spiritual bead into the divine dragon ring. In the distance, Long Da's figure flashed and then disappeared. Li Lingtian had summoned Long Da after entering the forbidden area. Long Da was not with him but was moving in the dark so that he could launch a sneak attack. Level 5 7th step cultivation was the best way to hold the fort for him. Obtaining a 5-colored spiritual pearl and killing 9 9th level Supreme Realm experts. In this way, almost a quarter of the 40 Supreme Realm experts had been killed. Li Lingtian found it funny at the thought of this. Separating a martial supreme from a martial honor was akin to courting death and fulfilling his wish. However, when he thought about the 4 Supreme Realm experts in East River City, he was still much weaker than the other forces. Moreover, the 5 Martial Monarch Realm experts in East River City were the weakest in this competition. At that time, it would be a joke if he killed all the Martial Supremes and all the Martial Supremes in East River City died. Following that, Li Lingtian observed the environment as he flew. The desert was not boundless, it was just too vast. Besides, he also found that this place was a whole different world, just like the ancient battlefield he had encountered in Dishi family. This place should have been left behind from ancient times. Moreover, the time and the place where they were and the outside world were staggered. Now, they had to get out of this desert. Although it was only a year's time, time passed day by day. No one could afford to waste it. Within 5 days, Li Lingtian obtained another 5-colored spiritual pearl from another powerhouse. He had killed 7 Supreme Realm experts in 5 days. From the looks of it, this desert was not big. Otherwise, dozens of Supreme Realm experts would not have met so quickly. Who? On this day, Li Lingtian's multicolored beast was galloping at a high speed. However, at this moment, a roar was heard. It sounded like a demonic beast but not a demonic beast. It sounded like the wind but not the wind. Li Lingtian was taken aback. He had never encountered such a thing before. If it was a demonic beast, he should be able to sense its aura. If it was the sound of the wind, he should be able to see a little bit of it. Chapter 468, Heaven-Devouring Earth Beast. Chapter 468, Heaven-Devouring Earth Beast. Li Lingtian could only stop when he heard the mysterious whooshing sound. He scanned the entire desert with his divine consciousness in an attempt to locate the source of the sound. It was good that he didn't look for it, but when he realized it, he was shocked and his expression kept changing. Because he had discovered something terrifying. A terrifying demonic beast, a legendary demonic beast. Heaven-devouring earthen beast. Li Lingtian was horrified. He scanned the area with his divine perception and found no wind or demonic beasts. However, he knew that there was a mysterious demonic beast in the legends that was born naturally from the earth. They relied on earth elemental's spiritual energy to grow, and they also specialized in devouring soil. Wherever the heaven-devouring earth beast passed by, it would turn into a desolate desert. At this thought, Li Lingtian had no choice but to connect the heaven-devouring earthen beast. Moreover, all these coincidentally matched the heaven-devouring earthen beast. This forbidden ground wouldn't have a desert for no reason. This place was indeed a desert, and it was definitely the work of the terrifying heaven-devouring earth beast. Swoosh! At this moment, his body flashed and left the multicolored beast. His entire body floated in the air, and the multicolored beast was also put away at the same time. On the ground, it kept rolling, and the entire desert was rolling. Moreover, the entire desert seemed to be about to be swallowed. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was quickly devoured at this moment. When Li Lingtian saw the situation, he felt lucky. If he had been a little slower, he would have been devoured by the heaven-devouring earthen beast in the desert. Huff huff. An explosion sounded. This time, the sound was no longer as weak as before. Instead, it was like a clap of thunder. The appearance of the sound caused the dust in the world to soar into the sky, and the sound shook the sky. A gigantic demonic beast appeared in Li Lingtian's line of sight. Rather than calling it a demonic beast, it was more like a desert that devoured the world. This demon beast was no different from mud. It was 10,000 meters long and 10,000 meters wide. No one knew what it looked like, but it was like a moving desert that was constantly devouring heaven and earth spirit chi. Even Li Lingtian, who was 10,000 meters above the ground, was quickly sucked down. The heavens and earth will shatter. With a loud roar, Li Lingtian did not resist the suction force. Instead, he accelerated his descent and channeled his true essence to unleash a shocking fist shadow. However, before his fist could land on the heaven-devouring earthen beast, a shocking sandstorm was hurtling toward Li Lingtian. The sandstorm was almost tangible, and it was like a mountain range crashing toward him. Pfft! The earth-shattering attack, coupled with his 4th-level Supreme Realm strength, could even destroy a small mountain with one blow. However, when this punch landed, it was hit by the other party's sandstorm. His mind was shaken and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was also thrown into the sky. His face was pale and his chest was in pain. The ground was still the same as before. It was just a moving desert that was shaking. Every time it shook, the ground would tremble. Roar! The heaven-devouring earthen beast let out a roar as its body strangely appeared. Its gray body was like a small mountain, and it was even larger than the gorilla demon from before. Furthermore, this strength was not much weaker than the gorilla demon. The terrifying pressure continued to assault the sky, and Li Lingtian became the target of the attack. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, extinction. Li Lingtian looked at the heaven-devouring earthen beast below him, and his heart was filled with shock. His face was filled with shock as he channeled his entire body's true essence. He did not bother to heal his injuries as he slowly raised his hands after channeling his true essence. A glacier and a ball of flames appeared in Li Lingtian's hands. The temperature between heaven and earth dropped rapidly, but at the same time, the temperature rose instantly, as if it was going to burn the world. As the two extreme attributes continued to alternate, Li Lingtian's expression turned serious. A glint flashed across his eyes as he suddenly put his hands together. An aura of death and destruction burst out. When he clasped his hands together, the aura of destruction and death between heaven and earth became desolate and extinct. In this world, it was the aura of extinction. Li Lingtian's aura had also reached its peak as he glared coldly at the heaven-devouring earthen beast below. With a wave of his hands, a four-colored pillar of light shot downwards. The pillar of light ignored the speed of space, and in an instant, it ruthlessly slammed into the body of the heaven-devouring earthen beast. Rumble! The earth trembled, and the heaven-devouring earth beast did not put up any resistance. However, the heaven-devouring earth beast did not suffer any damage from the attack. Instead, it unleashed hundreds of sandstorms at Li Lingtian. The sandstorm appeared, and the halo after the ice, fire, 9 heavens also appeared. The halo and the sandstorm collided, and the entire desert world instantly became gray. It was impossible to see the world clearly. Roar! Pft! With a roar that was laced with pain, Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time as he stared at the heaven-devouring earthen beast with a terrifying gaze. The massive heaven-devouring beast was trembling incessantly as it unleashed endless energy attacks at Li Lingtian. As expected of a 7th-rank 9th-level heaven-devouring earth beast. Now, the heaven-devouring earth beast had revealed its true form, displaying its realm and strength. Although he hadn't reached the 8th step, he was already at the 7th step and 9th level. He was only 1 step away from the 8th step. Boom! Just as Li Lingtian was in shock, the heaven-devouring earthen beast spat out a stream of gray soil from its mouth. The soil was very small, but wherever it passed, the sky and earth turned into mountains. The soil expanded endlessly, and when it took shape, it became a mountain as hard as refined iron. Breathing earth. It's actually the soil of breath. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw that the soil the heaven-devouring earthen beast used was actually the swelling soil. At the same time, he sighed. This fellow had actually used the swelling soil in such a manner. If it was used to forge an earth-type treasure, it would definitely be in existence like a pilgrimage tool. The soil of breath was the most magical existence in the world. It was also the essence of the earth. A grain of soil of breath could become a mountain. Moreover, the soil transformed from the soil of breath was as hard as iron. The wrath of the gods. Divine destruction to the extreme. Sword howl, heaven and earth. Ice river cracks, frost descends from the sky. Li Lingtian was enraged when he saw the heaven-devouring earthen beast wasting the swelling soil. If he could obtain a little of the swelling soil, he would be able to refine a sacred earth-type treasure. Even if he used the soil of breath to deal with the enemy, it was still a trump card. His decision to kill the heaven-devouring earthen beast became even more certain, and he used 4 heaven-rank divine abilities in succession. However, heaven-rank divine abilities were completely ineffective against the heaven-devouring earthen beast. There was a difference in cultivation level. No matter how powerful a heaven tier ability was, it didn't have the slightest advantage in front of a level 7 or 9 heaven-devouring earthen beast. On the contrary, it was a disadvantage. The heaven-devouring earth beast was an ancient demonic beast, and it was the beloved of the earth. How could a martial honor like him kill it so easily? Desolate 10 consecutive strikes. Li Lingtian gave up when he saw that several of his heaven-ranked divine powers were ineffective. If he was fighting against a martial supreme or martial emperor, these heaven-ranked divine powers would definitely be effective. However, against this heaven-devouring earth beast, he no longer had any advantage. Only by using the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber could he have a little bit of confidence. After all, the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber was a divine weapon that carried divine might. With a single attack, coupled with the desolate 10 consecutive strikes, even if it could not kill the heaven-devouring earth beast, it could at least injure it. As expected, the appearance of the Empyrean Terminus Emperor Saber had frightened the heaven-devouring earthen beast below. After all, it was a divine weapon. For an existence like the heaven-devouring earthen beast, it was only natural for it to sense a divine weapon. It could easily tell that the treasure in Li Lingtian's hands was not simple. Walala! The sound of space being torn apart could be heard as 10 saber lights slashed down with supreme saber intent. The 10 saber lights seemed to have separated, but the true 10 saber lights were all together and did not separate. It was almost a saber light, and the saber light also bombarded the opponent at the same time. Roar! The heaven-devouring earthen beast let out a roar as it encountered danger. Its mountain-like body rose up and charged toward Li Lingtian. Its huge body was very agile at this moment. When its huge body crashed over, it was as uncomfortable as a small mountain pressing down on its head. Space was also torn apart by this destructive impact. Boom! An explosive sound rang out as the 10 saber beams slashed down on the body of the Heaven-Earth devouring beast. The Heaven-Earth devouring beast also came to a stop. Countless cracks appeared on its body, but it was not in any danger. Li Lingtian was utterly speechless. His few shocking trump cards had no effect on the heaven-devouring earthen beast. Phew! The heaven-devouring earthen beast was not injured by the desolation 10 consecutive strikes. It only paused for a moment before it continued to charge at Li Lingtian. If it was hit by the impact this time, it would be said that it was a martial honor, and even a martial supreme would be killed by the impact. Freezing Sky Altar. Li Lingtian had a flash of inspiration. With his current cultivation base, a little bit of attack would be like scratching an itch against such a beast. However, he thought of the meteorite that he rarely used in the Divine Dragon Ring. The freezing sky altar that he had obtained at the bottom of the sea could be used now. With a weight of billions of pounds, there was no need to talk about how sturdy it was. It was difficult for swords to hurt it. At the thought of this, he activated his divine soul eyes and raised his divine consciousness to the strongest level. He quickly mobilized the freezing sky altar in the divine dragon ring. Just as the heaven-devouring earthen beast was about to crash into Li Lingtian, a dark shadow came crashing down from the sky. Although the 100-meter-wide freezing sky god altar was not as large as the heaven-devouring earthen beast, it weighed billions of pounds. With a single strike, it collided with the heaven-devouring earthen beast. Boom! The space was instantly torn apart by the destructive force. Li Lingtian's body was pushed back and the light shield of the true dragon was almost destroyed by the force. The trillion-pound freezing sky god altar and the heaven-devouring earthen beast collided, causing the entire space to tremble. Roar! With an indignant roar, the freezing sky god altar quickly descended, and the heaven-devouring earthen beast that was crashing down was also ruthlessly suppressed. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 469, The Period of Emperor Xianyuan. Chapter 469, The Period of Emperor Xianyuan. Bang! With a dull sound, the desert rose into the sky. The earth collapsed, and the entire world seemed to tremble under this muffled sound. The heaven-devouring earthen beast was originally crashing down onto the ground. The 100-meter-wide freezing sky altar had finally managed to destroy the heaven-devouring earthen beast. It was Li Lingtian's first time encountering such a powerful collision. He did not expect the heaven-devouring earthen beast, which could not even be shaken by a heaven-tier superpower, to fall before the freezing sky altar. Crash! The desert on the ground quickly disappeared, and so did the heaven-devouring earth beast. Li Lingtian's eyes were filled with astonishment. The originally boundless desert was shrinking rapidly until it became a 100-meter-wide wasteland. In the middle of this 100-meter-wide wasteland was a 5-colored spiritual pearl the size of a fist. On one side was a huge inner core, which was filled with breathing earth. Li Lingtian finally understood that this desert was a manifestation of an almighty beast. He had been on the body of this beast, or rather, the body of the beast, for the past few days. The heaven-devouring earthen beast was an exotic beast of nature. It devoured the earth's soil and the heaven and earth's spirit chi, turning its body into a desert. The desert grew larger and larger, which was why Li Lingtian and the others were tricked. After the beasts of the world died, they returned to nature. All of this was supported by the soil of breath. After the heaven-devouring beast died, the soil of breath appeared once again. Li Lingtian landed and scanned his surroundings with his divine perception. He had been flying on the heaven-devouring earthen beast for so many days. Now that he had recovered, he was worried that the other powerhouses might be in this place as well. However, what made him feel relieved was that there were no other people in this place. After that, he carefully put away the inner core and added a few seals on it. One had to know that there was breathing earth inside. A grain of breathing earth was a world. With so much breathing earth, it was a heaven-defying existence. After putting away the soil of breath and the 5-colored spiritual pearl, he looked around and saw Longda with a bitter expression. It turned out that there was a spatial fluctuation in the place where he was hiding. He was injured by a spatial disorder and his arm was almost destroyed. Shoo! Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he was done. After flying for a few days, it turned out that he was only on a mutated beast's body. The beast had disappeared. The boundless desert had become a 100-meter-wide wasteland, surrounded by dense forests. These jungles and shrubs were magical beyond compare. Many of them were things that Li Lingtian had never seen before. The scene was as if he had returned to ancient times. Let's find a place to rest first. Li Lingtian said to Longda before he passed a recover pill to Longda. Although Longda was a member of the dragon tribe, he could still use the pill on humans. Li Lingtian did not have the ability to refine the Great Rejuvenation Pill, but Longda's physique and strength were not a problem. Longda vanished and hid himself around Li Lingtian. This would be a good opportunity to ambush him. Li Lingtian's body flashed as he quickly flew into the distance. This time, he did not ride the multicolored beast to avoid any danger. He could dodge, but the multicolored beast could not. After searching for half a day, they finally found a huge cave beside a large lake. The cave was like a cave abode. It was dry and airy, suitable for cultivation and rest. Immediately, Li Lingtian began to set up the formation. It took him half an hour to finally create a world of formation within a 10-mile radius. The lake was also confined within the formation. After the array was completed, an illusion array was added outside. Under the illusion array, it was like an ordinary hillside. As long as one was not an array expert, they would not notice anything amiss here. If he wanted to rest in such a mysterious forbidden area, he naturally had to take safety measures to prevent himself from being harmed by powerful unknown dangers. Moreover, he had no way to deal with a rank 7 or rank 8 martial monarch realm expert now. Therefore, he could only spend more effort if he wanted to rest. After everything was done, Li Lingtian summoned the silver-winged flying dragon, multicolored beast, and jade-eyed beast. He also summoned 30 martial supreme realm guards. The 30 martial monarch realm experts and a few demon beasts were hidden in the array formation. As long as there was danger, the moment the array formation was broken, they would launch a destructive attack. This was also a test of the loyalty of the martial monarch realm guards. When there was no danger, they would say that they were loyal. However, if they encountered danger, the first to escape would be the guards. It was useless to have such guards. Sometimes, things would go wrong. You would place your safety on them, but they would abandon you when you were in danger. You would not be prepared at all. Under such circumstances, you would be plunging yourself into death. Li Lingtian was born into this world and would not trust anyone easily. Unless it was someone who had gone through countless trials, or his own family or woman. After making the necessary arrangements, Li Lingtian entered the cave. With Long De guarding the cave in secret, he could rest assured. He sent his divine sense into the divine dragon ring. He saw Tang Qingyue and the others cultivating in the ring, so he reminded them. After his divine sense left the divine dragon ring, the ring was opened, and Tang Qingyue and the others appeared in the cave. "Husband, what is this place?" Shun Mei was the first to ask. She had been cultivating in there for quite some time. Counting the time, it had been almost a month outside. This is the forbidden area of the Tianhe zone. As Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone, the girls quickly scanned the surroundings and quickly confirmed that it was safe. It seemed like they knew that Li Lingtian would be resting here for a while. "Lingtian, how long have we been in the forbidden area?" After Tang Qingyue finished sizing him up, she noticed that Li Lingtian was not in good spirits. She knew that he must have been injured here. "I have been here for 8 days. I encountered a mutated beast. I've been flying on this mutated beast for the past few days." Li Lingtian then recounted what he had encountered in the forbidden area for the past few days. He smiled bitterly. He did not know whether to laugh or cry when he encountered such a situation. He was a martial honor and a saint alchemist, but he had actually flown on a demonic beast for a few days without knowing. If he had not killed the demonic beast in the end, he really did not know how long he would have to fly in the desert. "I didn't expect that you would actually encounter a heaven and earth devourer beast. If I'm not mistaken, this place should be an ancient ruin left by Emperor Xianyuan in the antiquity times. Otherwise, heaven-devouring earth beast wouldn't appear here. Although it's just a guess, according to the ancient records, it should be like this." Huang Fuyuyan pondered for a moment after listening to Li Lingtian's story. She then told him what she knew. Although she had copied the information from the ancient book, some of the information recorded in the ancient book could still be trusted even though it was not entirely correct. "What you said is not much different from what I thought. It seems that this forbidden land should be in the age of Emperor Xianyuan in the far ancient times. However, it sank later and was isolated from the present age. I wonder what happened in the far ancient times. If we can find some in here, we won't have come here in vain." Li Lingtian nodded. Even though the matter was a little ridiculous, everything in this world was ridiculous. What you did not believe was often true. "What kind of experts have come here?" Tang Qingyue was curious. Anyone who could make it here must not be simple. She also wanted to know what kind of powerful warrior there was that Li Lingtian would treat so seriously. Other than the 6th Heaven Martial Emperor in the East River City, the others are all at the 7th or 8th Heaven Martial Emperor realm and the Martial Honored realm. I'm the only one at the 4th Heaven Martial Honored realm while the others are at the 9th Heaven Martial Honored realm. However, other than the 4 in East River City, there should be 11 more Martial Honored realm experts. I've already killed 24 of them. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly. This time, it was hard to predict the ranking of East River City. He had dealt with quite a number of martial honors but he had yet to encounter a single martial emperor. If they encountered one, they would be in a desperate situation. After all, the opponent was a seventh heaven existence. Only the East River City had a sixth heaven existence. Naturally, they would not fight with the martial artists of the East River City. You're injured too. You should rest for a while. We'll clean up and talk about it after you've rested. Tang Zimeng said before she started tidying up the cave while Li Lingtian meditated and rested at the side. The girls tidied up quickly. Although this cave was only temporary, it was tidied up by them like a girl's boudoir. Moreover, this cave was like a cave abode. It was much better than the flickering of a small world, and the spiritual energy was also extremely dense. Soon after, Li Lingtian rested on the blanket that had been tidied up. Even though his injuries were not serious, he could not afford any mishaps in this place. He had to restore his spirit and cultivation base to their peak condition. 3 days. Within 3 days, Li Lingtian's injuries had fully recovered and his spirit had reached its peak. Tang Zimeng and the rest took the opportunity to rest outside for the next few days to get used to the time difference between the outside world and the Divine Dragon Ring since Li Lingtian would be leaving in a few days. They had to enter the Divine Dragon Ring. After all, the martial artists here were all at the 7th or 8th heaven of the martial emperor realm. They had completely ignored the martial honors. He had only been here for a dozen days, so resting here for a few days was nothing. Li Lingtian accompanied Tang Qingyue, Huang Fuyuyan, Qingling, and Shun Mei for a few days. Huang Fuyuyan laughed at Tang Qingyue and Shun Mei However, she did not expect Li Lingtian to pull her and Qingling together. The two of them went crazy together with Li Lingtian. Even though she was shy, she did not want to reject Li Lingtian. After she agreed, she let go of him. That night, the three of them had sex to their heart's content, stimulating the two women and bringing them to the clouds countless times before finally falling asleep weakly. Chapter 470, Earth Element Tao Intent. Chapter 470, Earth Element Tao Intent. After tasting this wonderful taste, Huang Fuyuyan and Qingling were also extremely excited. He no longer laughed at Tang Qingyue and Shun Mei They rested by the lake for 5 days. Although the spiritual qi in the forbidden area was dense, they did not want to cultivate in this place. Instead, they planned to leave. There was only 1 year here, and every second that passed was a second less. Moreover, they still had not figured out where this place was. After that, Lieutenant Lingtian called Tang Qingyue and the others into the Divine Dragon Ring before he deactivated the array. The 30 martial emperor powerhouses did not return to the Divine Dragon Ring. Instead, they flew ahead quickly and scouted the way. If they encountered a supreme martial emperor, they would send a message through voice transmission so that Li Lingtian could be prepared. After leaving the lake, Li Lingtian flew slowly while his divine consciousness scanned the area continuously. He observed everything within 100 miles. Along the way, they did not encounter any experts. Finally, they obtained countless precious medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs here were either 10,000 years old or had regrown after rotting. A place like this had not been visited for countless years. The spiritual energy was also very rich and dense. Naturally, it was rich in medicinal herbs. Li Lingtian was like a bandit. Whenever he encountered a good herb, he would uproot it and move the soil around it into the Divine Dragon Ring. As a result, his herb garden grew larger and larger. The girls were rendered speechless when they saw Li Lingtian's divine perception entering and exiting. Every time Li Lingtian's divine consciousness entered the Divine Dragon Ring, he would bring along a large batch of rare herbs and even some soil. Even though they were speechless, they were happy because they would not be able to visit such a place twice in their lives. On this day, Li Lingtian came to a precipice with a bitter expression on his face. Could it be that something strange happened again? Li Lingtian muttered to himself. This was because he had not seen the precipice from the start. It was as if the precipice had suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! A shocking consciousness spread out between heaven and earth. No, it wasn't spread out, but this consciousness gathered from between heaven and earth. As if the spirit chi had been absorbed by the spirit gathering array, the consciousness quickly came out from all directions and gathered at Li Lingtian's location. In the blink of an eye, a tornado formed with Li Lingtian at the center. A shocking storm vortex appeared and Li Lingtian was also whirled up. Even a fourth-level martial honored realm was powerless against such a storm vortex. Logically speaking, such a storm itself could not affect a supreme realm expert. However, this storm had its own consciousness, as if it was controlled by a super expert. Li Lingtian's supreme realm cultivation was nothing if he was a super powerhouse. The profound truths of the earth is the will of the great Tao. Li Lingtian was shocked. There was a heavy force in the storm and consciousness was still present in this heavy force. Moreover, Li Lingtian did not feel anything that would cause panic in the storm. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity that was as heavy as the earth. As a five elements perfection, he could naturally feel the heavy earth profundity. He suddenly thought of the legend. It was said that 10 Tao wills appeared every 10,000 years in the forbidden area of the Tianhe zone. He did not expect this to be true, and he had even encountered it. At that thought, Li Lingtian was completely relaxed. He used his divine perception and earth-type martial soul to sense the will of the earth martial soul. This kind of will, the experts they encountered would either sense it and refine and absorb its essence to obtain higher achievements, or they would be destroyed by the will. This was a double-edged sword. If he didn't break through, he would die. Li Lingtian had nothing to say when he encountered such a situation. He could say that he was unlucky, but he had encountered a Tao intent that was hard to come by. If he was lucky, however, this Tao intent could destroy him if he was not careful. It was a game of instant kill. Putting aside all his worries and emotions, it would be a huge joke if he could not even withstand the condensation of the will of the Great Path and the perfection of the five elements. As time ticked by, Li Lingtian was completely immersed in the thick will of the earth. However, at this moment, a destructive force appeared between heaven and earth. The appearance of this force jolted Li Lingtian awake, but he did not withdraw from the tempering of his will. He opened his eyes and saw a young man staring at him coldly. There was a hint of violence in his eyes. It was obvious that he had taken Li Lingtian as his prey. Furthermore, his gaze turned vicious when he looked at Windstorm. "Junior, this will is something you can enjoy. Destroy it." A look of jealousy appeared on Xiao Dingyuan's face. He had searched for more than half a month. Although he had found countless precious medicinal herbs and some treasures, he had not found the will he needed. He did not expect that this martial honored realm junior would actually refine his will at this time. Wasn't this deliberately making him sad? After saying that, he circulated all the true essence in his body and grabbed at the air with one hand. A destructive force grabbed at the storm. As long as the storm was destroyed by an outsider, the earth elements would go berserk and Li Lingtian would be destroyed by it. "You will regret it," Li Lingtian said coldly without any intention of retaliating. Moreover, he did not have the slightest chance to do so now as the earth element's Tao will had reached its final stage. As long as he completely accepted these wills and refined them, he would be able to completely comprehend the earth element will. At that time, his cultivation would also be able to make a breakthrough. "You're still so stubborn even at the brink of death. No one can get what I can't," Xiao Dingyuan said coldly. The force of his injury intensified and a distorted force was hurled at Li Lingtian's storm. Looking at his own strength, Xiao Dingyuan's face was filled with madness and cruelty when he saw that his opponent was a martial honor who did not even have the chance to retaliate. It was as if he was watching Li Lingtian being swallowed by the will of the Great Path in the storm. However, at this moment, a destructive dragon aura appeared. 100-meter-long dragon blocked the attack, and the destructive attack also bombarded Xiao Dingyuan's attack. At the same time, Xiao Dingyuan felt dozens of destructive forces rushing towards the sky. The sudden situation made Xiao Dingyuan's heart tremble. In front of him was a demonic beast, a powerful 7th-tier demonic beast. This was acceptable. After all, this was a forbidden area with countless demonic beasts inside. However, the sudden appearance of dozens of martial emperor powerhouses, destructive attacks behind him was something that made him tremble. He knew that there were only 53 martial emperors who had entered the forbidden area. Other than him, there were 52 more. There were 30 martial monarch realm experts who attacked him. Could it be that 30 powerful martial monarch realm experts were hiding here just to attack and kill him? For a moment, his heart trembled. If this was really the case, even if he resisted, he would only die. As a peak 7th level martial emperor, he could dodge and resist even before it was destroyed. Boom! With a loud explosion, the dragon spat out a mouthful of blood. However, after the blood was spat out, a poisonous fog was spat out. Rumble! Rumble! The 30 destructive attacks landed on Xiao Dingyuan's defense. His shocking defense was shattered and his body was thrown out. However, he did not die. Xiao Dingyuan looked puzzled. The martial sovereigns who came to the forbidden area were all at the 7th or 8th heaven. 30 of them could easily kill him with a single blow. However, although the attacks of the 30 martial emperor powerhouses were terrifying, they were not able to kill it. Wherever his gaze passed, the expression on his face became even more shocked. The 30 martial emperor powerhouses were dressed in the same clothes. They were from the same force or organization, but they were definitely not powerhouses from outside. Even so, there were still 30 powerful martial emperor powerhouses, and each of them was at the 3rd or 4th heaven. Killed. Longda spat out a mouthful of blood and turned into a human with a cold expression. He had used his attack and physique to fend off Xiao Dingyuan's attack just now. Otherwise, it would have affected Li Lingtian's ability to receive the will of the Great Path. To plot against Li Lingtian at this time was simply courting death. This was the extent of the martial emperor's magnanimity. Living was a waste of air. Martial artists hated being disturbed when they were cultivating, and they hated being plotted against when they were breaking through. Boom! 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 The 30 martial emperor powerhouses did not hesitate at all because the opponent was a 7th level martial emperor. If they did not take this opportunity to attack and lost the initiative, all 30 of them would be killed by the 7th level martial emperor. Immediately, destructive attacks bombarded Xiao Dingyuan on the ground like a cannonball. The entire world trembled. The 30 martial emperor powerhouses fought as they shifted the battlefield to another location so that they would not affect Li Lingtian. So you cheated and brought guards in. Damn it, you're too cunning. Xiao Dingyuan cursed loudly as he blocked the attack. As a 7th heaven martial emperor expert, he immediately understood what was happening. These 30 martial emperors were all at the 3rd or 4th heaven. They were obviously the guards of the supreme realm expert in the storm. He did not know what method he used to cheat and bring such a powerful group of guards in. This was cheating. But now, who cared if you cheated? You were beaten up so badly that you were covered in your head. Even a 7th level martial monarch realm expert was beaten up by a 3rd level martial monarch realm expert. Die. Kill, kill, kill. The 30 martial monarch realm experts were extremely pleased. How could they be unhappy when they saw the powerful 7th level martial monarch realm expert being beaten up so badly? However, they did not dare to be careless at all. A 7th level martial monarch realm expert was never comparable to a 3rd or 4th level martial monarch realm expert. The difference between the two was that although they were both martial monarch realm experts, the 7th heaven and the 3rd and 4th heaven were completely different worlds. They were not on the same level. Boom! 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 Explosions sounded like cannons. 30 martial monarch realm experts surrounded a martial monarch realm expert and killed him. They did not give Xiao Dingyuan any chance to fight back at all. Pfft! Ah! At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A fiery red shield appeared on Xiao Dingyuan's body, who was originally unable to fight back. All the attacks were blocked in front of the shield. With the protection of the shield, Xiao Dingyuan killed one of the third heaven martial emperor realm experts with one strike. Chapter 471, 5th Level Supreme Realm. Chapter 471, 5th Level Supreme Realm. Pfft! Xiao Dingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood when a third heaven martial emperor guard died. It turned out that Xiao Dingyuan wanted to find a chance to fight back, but the 30 martial emperor guards did not give him the chance at all. He naturally understood that if this went on, he would only be tortured to death. He forcefully protected his body with his true origin and resisted the destructive force of a martial emperor powerhouse. He then unleashed his most powerful intermediate-grade saint weapon, the flaming shadow shield. It seemed like he had made a huge profit by enduring a destructive blow and using his defense to kill a martial emperor's guard. However, with Xiao Dingyuan's identity and cultivation, this deal was actually a huge loss. Rumble. Rumble. Ah, ah. Boom. Boom. The sky was filled with destructive attacks. The martial monarch realm experts of the guard group were constantly bombarding Xiao Dingyuan. In just a short while, 2 more martial emperor guards had fallen. However, Xiao Dingyuan was not in a good state either. Even though he was at the 7th heaven, he could not withstand the attacks of so many martial emperors. As his true essence was being consumed endlessly, a bitter smile appeared on his face. His mind was constantly scheming as the battle once again rolled toward Li Lingtian. Longda had been watching the situation closely, but he did not dare to leave Li Lingtian's side. If Xiao Dingyuan suddenly unleashed some destructive attack on Li Lingtian would not be able to retaliate. He could block the attacks for Li Lingtian from here as well. His eyes were fixed on the approaching battle from afar. He then turned to look at Li Lingtian, who was in the storm. He was extremely anxious because he did not know how long it would take for Li Lingtian to finish honing his Tao will. Once he was done honing his Tao will, he would be able to escape first. He would not have to stand there and take a beating without retaliating. Ah! Another martial emperor guard had fallen. Xiao Dingyuan's mouth was stained with blood and his eyes were filled with malice. At this moment, he hated Li Lingtian to the core. Initially, he had intended to destroy Li Lingtian with the intention of harming others but not himself. However, he did not expect Li Lingtian to have so many martial emperor guards by his side. Furthermore, he was beaten to the point where he was unable to retaliate and was severely injured. Even if he managed to kill Li Lingtian now, he could only flee. After all, there were too many martial emperor guards here. Moreover, even if he managed to escape, his injuries would take at least 1 to 2 years to recover. In other words, his trip to the forbidden area was in vain. He might even be threatened by other martial emperor powerhouses. Sparks of fire. At that moment, Xiao Dingyuan had already broken through the martial emperor's guards' encirclement. In a flash, he crossed a distance of 5 kilometers and arrived before Li Lingtian. He circulated the remaining true essence in his body to the limit. He stretched out his hand and a flame appeared in his hand. Heaven and earth became restless in the face of this flame. Xiao Dingyuan then waved his hand and a flaming light curtain shot toward Li Lingtian. The flaming light curtain was originally only 1 meter wide, but halfway through, the entire space had turned into a world of flames. This was a heaven-grade divine power, the high-grade heaven-grade divine power, Starfire Prairie. Roar! Longda also hesitated. A shocking dragon aura rose up from his body and he rushed forward in a flash. He wanted to block this flame so that it wouldn't get any closer. However, at this moment, Long Da's body seemed to be trapped in the air. He felt as if the entire sky was covered by the earth, causing his body to sink rapidly. Profound truths of earth, silence of all things. In the sky, a faint voice came from the storm. The voice was neither salty nor light. In the ears of every expert, they felt that the owner of this voice was as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Long Da's body continued to sink. As he did so, he turned his head to look at the storm. Li Lingtian's eyes were tightly shut, but his right hand was making a mysterious gesture. This gesture carried the mysterious profound trajectory of heaven and earth. An invisible force of heaven and earth pressed down on the flames. Chi Cc. In the sky, a slight sound was heard, like a raging flame being doused by cold water. The raging flames in the entire space disappeared strangely. Moreover, the supreme power of heaven and earth did not stop and directly pressed down on Xiao Dingyuan in the distance. Xiao Dingyuan felt the pressure of destruction and his expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but his entire body felt as if it was pressed down by a huge mountain, and his legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Pft! Ah! Boom! In front of the invincible power of heaven and earth, Xiao Dingyuan, who was at the invincible seventh heaven, could not resist at all. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and then the destructive pressure seemed to want to crush her and explode. A scream came out of his mouth, and his face was filled with fear. The fear in his eyes gradually turned into ashes. There was an explosion in the air. The seventh heaven martial emperor realm super expert was turned into ashes under a pressure. The destructive power of the world hit the ground hard. A palm print that was 10 miles in size appeared on the ground, and the palm print went deep into the ground. Li Lingtian did not move at all amidst the storm. However, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and his face was pale. The Tao Will was still being refined continuously. Li Lingtian was enduring the destructive Tao Will refinement. At the moment of crisis just now, he could only forcefully attack and use the trace of profoundness he sensed. There was no other earth-type skill other than the Heaven Up seal. At this moment, the will of the Great Path was used on the Heaven Flipping seal. With one strike, it carried the supreme power of heaven and earth, extinguishing the flames and killing Xiao Dingyuan, who was at the seventh heaven of the martial emperor realm. He had paid a heavy price for killing Xiao Dingyuan. His will, which was supposed to be stable, was now in chaos. He could only quickly gather his will and condense it. Ah! 10 minutes later, Li Lingtian let out a pained roar. The terrifying storm disappeared and Li Lingtian's body floated in the air. The earth-shattering earth element Tao Intent circled around Li Lingtian as he allowed it to wreak havoc. The 5 elements of heaven and earth are balanced. Li Lingtian kept chanting the incantation. At this moment, he had to stabilize the earth element's will of the way first. Otherwise, he would be killed even if he was a god. The consequences of forcefully using the will of the great path of the earth element were this severe. This was also due to luck. If Xiao Dingyuan had come half an hour later, he would have completely tempered his will and comprehended it. But now, he had to suffer from the ravages of the will and only comprehended half of it. After unleashing his 5 elements perfection martial soul, he had finally stabilized the earth element Tao Intent. The pain on Li Lingtian's face had lessened a little but he did not stop. Instead, he continued to comprehend the Tao Intent. Out of the 30 martial emperor guards, 5 had fallen. The remaining 25 guards came to a spot not far from Li Lingtian and looked around vigilantly. Long Da was also carefully paying attention to everything within a radius of 1,000 miles. If there was any danger, he would quickly pull the battlefield apart. Seconds passed. 1 day passed, then 2 days. On the 3rd day, the world quieted down and the ground stopped shaking. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and his face was calm. The aura on his body changed rapidly. His entire temperament sublimated and became steady and heavy. It was like a heavy earth that could bear all things. Li Lingtian's face was no longer as pale as before as his aura continued to rise. He was now fully energized. Revered martial artist, level 4, breakthrough. Li Lingtian's hands kept moving as he cast a series of spells. Following that, he chanted word by word. The aura around his body exploded and filled the air. All the martial emperor powerhouses were extremely envious. This was a breakthrough. They had used countless methods when they were at the Supreme Realm, but they did not expect Li Lingtian to achieve a breakthrough so easily. He had advanced from level 4 to level 5 Supreme Realm. Li Lingtian's face was expressionless as his aura slowly returned. Congratulations, young master, for controlling the will of the Great Path. Congratulations, young master, for your breakthrough in your cultivation. Long De was elated to see Li Lingtian's cultivation breakthrough. The stronger Li Lingtian was, the more benefits he would bring them. Li Lingtian's breakthrough was even happier than Long Da's own breakthrough. Congratulations, Alchemy Saint, for controlling the will of the Tao and improving your cultivation greatly. Congratulations, Alchemy Saint. All of a sudden, the 25 guards stepped forward to congratulate him, their faces filled with envy. It was also luck that Li Lingtian had encountered the 10 Tao wills in such a short period of time. If Li Lingtian did not allow them to come out, they could still find an excuse for not obtaining the Tao will. However, the 30 of them were scouting ahead of Li Lingtian and did not discover the Tao will. Yet, Li Lingtian managed to obtain it easily. Li Lingtian nodded as a reply. As he turned around, a hint of surprise appeared on his face, but it was fleeting. The precipice that had appeared here did not exist at all. It was definitely not an illusion because he had sensed it with his divine sense earlier. The reason why he did not see the precipice was probably due to the earth element's Tao intent. Since Li Lingtian had accepted the earth element's Tao intent, the precipice would naturally disappear as well. Now that he had reached the 5th level of the Supreme Realm, his strength was even stronger. Li Lingtian's confidence was boosted. Although he was not confident enough to kill an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor, he could still escape even if he could not defeat an ordinary Martial Emperor. After all, he had the Earth Element will of the Great Path now. It was hidden in the ground and no one would be able to discover it. If it appeared, it would be a heaven-defying treasure. After that, Li Lingtian dealt with the 5 fallen Martial Emperor guards. Naturally, he knew the identities of these guards and their families. Although he could not save the 5 fallen martial emperors, he could compensate their descendants and families. In the divine martial continent, it was normal for experts to die in battle. They either killed someone or were killed. 10 million spirit stones for each descendant. Each descendant can enter the Divine Pill Pavilion and receive the protection of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Li Lingtian spoke calmly before he turned to leave. He was not a heartless person and he did not feel good about the death of his subordinates. However, what he could do was to compensate his descendants, so that his fallen subordinates would not die in vain. Naturally, the other guards were upset when they saw their comrades fall. However, they were extremely grateful for Li Lingtian's handling of the situation. If it were any other powerhouse, they would have completely ignored their subordinates' deaths and treated them as though they were grass. Chapter 472, 9-9-1 Formation. Chapter 472, 9-9-1 Formation. Long De led 25 guards and quickly traversed the mountain range. In such a place, one could not leave until a certain period of time. Only after a year would the forbidden area automatically open. It was impossible for him to leave now even if he wanted to. Li Lingtian instructed Long De to find a suitable place to cultivate. He had just broken through to the 5th level of the martial honored realm and needed to stabilize his realm. Moreover, he had mastered the will of the earth element and needed to comprehend it well. Otherwise, he would not have such a good opportunity in the future. After finding a good place, Li Lingtian cast many formations like the last time. He used a hidden illusory formation so that he would not be discovered by other powerhouses. It would be too much of a coincidence if they found his array formation in such a large forbidden area. It was not a big deal to be afraid of the unexpected. If he encountered an expert at the 7th or 8th heaven again, it would not be so easy to deal with him. Even though Xiao Dingyuan had killed the 7th heaven martial emperor with one move last time, he had used up too much energy and was seriously injured. After forcefully casting blazing sparks, he was caught off guard. Otherwise, the 7th heaven martial emperor would not have been killed so easily. Even if he had mastered the will of the Great Path, the will of the Great Path of the Earth system was a defensive type. Among the 5 elements martial souls, the penetrating power of the metal system martial soul was the strongest, and the feminine power of the water system martial soul was unmatched. The vitality of a wood-type martial soul was strong, and its recovery and healing abilities were the strongest behind the Zhenyuan. A fire-type martial soul had the strongest destructive and corrosive power, and was also the most abnormal martial soul. The earth martial soul was unparalleled in defense. 5 people could cultivate defense with the earth martial soul. Moreover, it could rely on the power of the earth to regenerate and use the power of the earth as defense. However, Li Lingtian had used the sky-turning palm on the Tao will. The sky-turning palm was a mystical profound meaning to begin with. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had cultivated the sky-turning palm to the perfection state. With the addition of the Tao will, it was easy to achieve. Long Da, I'm calling 25 people out. I'll leave the safety of this place to you. I'll cultivate for a while. Li Lingtian told Long Da after he entered the array. After that, he summoned the 25 martial emperor guards with his divine consciousness. All of a sudden, there were 50 martial emperor powerhouses, all of whom were at the 3rd or 4th heaven. This subordinate will obey. Long Da never spoke much and only followed orders. He was a strong person and knew what he had to do. He was well aware of Li Lingtian's strength. As long as Li Lingtian did not fall, even if Long Da did fall, Li Lingtian could still recreate him from the 3,000 worlds dragon energy. He understood this very well and was at ease. All he had to do was not let Li Lingtian fall. Even if he were to encounter a destructive attack, he would not hesitate to defend Li Lingtian. This is a set of formations. It's an offensive formation and also a joint formation. If you can cultivate them successfully, the combined strength of a 3rd heaven martial emperor will be equivalent to the power of an 8th heaven martial emperor. Li Lingtian took out a jade slip and handed it to Long Da casually. Naturally, Long Da was the one to handle this matter. There were 50 people, and every 10 people formed a formation. Divine level array formation, 9-9-1. 9 martial monarch realm experts combined their true origin together, and with another martial monarch realm expert as the medium, it was a joint attack. It was not as simple as 10 martial monarch realm experts joining forces. Thank you, Pill Saint. The dozens of martial emperor's guards knew that Li Lingtian was knowledgeable and talented. He was a rare genius in the divine martial continent. Not only was his alchemy Tao powerful, his cultivation was even more terrifying. If he could obtain this combined attack formation and join forces, he could defeat an 8th heaven martial emperor expert with one strike. Although the price he had to pay was relatively high, it was worth it for a 3rd or 4th heaven martial emperor expert to defeat an 8th heaven martial emperor expert. This array is not to be used unless it is absolutely necessary. After using this array, the martial artist will not be able to use their true chi for a month. Moreover, with one attack, all their true chi will be exhausted. You can build 5 combined attack formations. Even so, don't use the combined attack formations easily. Li Lingtian turned around and left for his cultivation spot. Before he left, he even gave a few serious reminders. If it were any other master, he would not have given such a reminder and would not have cared about his subordinates' lives. However, he was not a heartless person. He was his own people, so he had to be responsible for them. Otherwise, he would be no different from plants. Thank you, Pill Saint. All the guards were stunned and their hearts trembled. They had changed their opinion of this alchemy saint. The young man in front of them was not only an expert, but also a very courageous person. Even if it was for his own benefit, he would choose normal methods. Even if it was for his own safety, he would also consider his subordinates. He was definitely not an expert who killed the goose that laid the golden eggs. If you follow me, I will be responsible for you. Your lives are yours, and I have no right to take them away. My cultivation is temporarily inferior to yours, but one day, this world will be mine. Li Lingtian's figure disappeared, but his voice reached the ears of all the martial emperor's guards. They could not help but sob when they heard his words. 1,000 li horse is easy to find, but a bull is hard to find. Although they were doing this for Li Lingtian's pills and were genuinely protecting him, everything Li Lingtian did and said was for their sake. Li Lingtian's words touched their hearts. Their lives were theirs and Li Lingtian had no right to take them away. They understood that it required a great deal of breadth of mind and courage to be able to say such words. For this sentence, they could go through fire and water without hesitation because they had met Bo Lu. Li Lingtian was not pretentious, but he knew how to control his subordinates. Moreover, he was also like this. He was an expert. An expert had to have the demeanor of an expert. He could destroy his enemies by hook or by crook, but he would not scheme against his own people, nor would he scheme against those who helped him or those who risked their lives for him. Li Lingtian called Huangfu Yuyan and the others out when he returned to his own place. Hey, big brother, you seem to be injured. After Ji came out, he noticed that although Li Lingtian did not appear to be injured and it would not be noticeable if he was not paying attention, Ji could sense it. She looked surprised. Last time, her big brother was also injured. This time, he was injured again. It hadn't been long since then. She didn't know who had injured her big brother. In Ji Yi's heart, Li Lingtian was the strongest person. No one could defeat him. This was the little girl's opinion. That's right, Lingtian. You met a powerhouse at the seventh heaven? Tang Qingyue asked with concern as she approached Li Lingtian. She was more worried about her man's injury than anyone else. She would rather be injured than see Li Lingtian get hurt. Look at this. Li Lingtian did not answer them. Instead, he extended his hands excitedly as his aura rapidly changed. Immediately, a feeling of the earth's heaviness appeared and a heavy aura wrapped around Li Lingtian. The girls were astonished. Li Lingtian had never possessed such an aura before. Furthermore, they did not receive a reply from him but were able to unleash this aura. Naturally, they knew that Li Lingtian was very concerned about this aura. Otherwise, he would not care about his injuries and would excitedly unleash this thick aura. Earth-type Dao intent. Huangfu Yuyan was the first to notice it, followed by Tang Qingyue. Both of them were well-read. Huangfu Yuyan's family was powerful, so she knew a lot. Tang Qingyue was an icy beauty. Other than cultivation, she was also interested in ancient books. Of the two sisters, one liked quietness, while the other was lively. Earth-type will. Could it be the Earth-type Dao intent of the 10 Dao intents in the forbidden area? Big Brother has obtained the will of the Earth element. No wonder. There must be many superpowers fighting for this Earth element will of the way. Otherwise, my husband wouldn't have been injured. The girls exclaimed in surprise. No wonder Li Lingtian was so excited to unleash this aura even after he was injured. It turned out that he had obtained Earth-type Dao intent. This Earth-type Dao intent was rare. That's right, it's the Earth-type will of the Great Path. But you're all wrong. There was no one fighting for it. It was a shameless piece of trash. He wanted to destroy me when he saw that I had the will of the earth element. Fortunately, the experts of the guard group held him back and 5 guards died. Fortunately, I was able to kill him with my earth elemental will of the great path. Li Lingtian recounted the situation to the girls, who were indignant and nearly cursed out loud. However, they were all peerless beauties, so they were naturally cultured. They were just furious. However, they were happy to see Li Lingtian standing in front of them unscathed. It was a blessing in disguise as he obtained the earth element will of the way and attained the 5th heaven martial honored realm. How shameless. There's actually such a martial artist. If I saw him, I would definitely kick him twice. However, Big Brother obtained the earth-type will of the Great Path and even fused it into the sky-turning seal. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. Moreover, he even achieved the 5th level of the Supreme Realm, angering that guy to death. Yeah, if I saw him, I would slap him too. Look at the two of you. Do you still have any image? The girls chattered non-stop, but they were still happy for Li Lingtian. Following that, the girls did not disturb Li Lingtian anymore. They allowed him to cultivate quickly and recuperate from his injuries. They wanted to stay by Li Lingtian's side, but they could only hold back their urge to be intimate as they did not want Li Lingtian to suffer any side effects due to his injuries. While Li Lingtian was healing himself, he was also comprehending the earth element's will and the heaven up seal. The heaven up seal had already reached the state of transformation, but now that it had merged with the will, it was about to reach another level. After martial artists reached a certain level, some skills were created by their own comprehension. The skills that they created were the most convenient. For example, Li Lingtian's Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens had always been his most powerful trump card. Its power was astounding and it was easy to use. This is the most secretive array formation in the heaven and earth array path. Using a 4th level martial honored realm expert is too low. It's out of balance. Xianyuan Haotian looked at Xianyuan Qingtian. This forbidden area was arranged by Xianyuan Qingtian. He didn't understand Xianyuan Qingtian's arrangement. Even if it was according to the rules, with the strength of the Xianyuan family, it could be done with a word. This matter, that 4th level supreme realm, was Big Brother's idea. Xianyuan Qingtian smiled when he saw his 3rd brother. The 4 of them were brothers, and they all looked the same, but their personalities were different. Big Brother, do you have any other ideas? Xianyuan Haotian looked at Xianyuan Yunhe and asked seriously. His big brother was always the most calm and knew a lot of things. However, he was a little curious about his big brother's arrangements this time. Don't underestimate this 4th level Supreme Realm martial artist. This 4th level Supreme Realm martial artist has the 5 elements at the peak and has the ice and fire martial souls. Moreover, this person is mysterious and powerful. He's already beyond the 3 realms and 5 elements. However, his martial soul is at the 5 elements completion. In a short span of 7 years, he went from a martial apprentice to a revered martial artist, and he's also a saint alchemist who refines peerless pills. Do you think he's simple? According to the information we received, he has at least 3 divine weapons, at least 8 different physiques, and martial souls. The real hope this time is on him. Xianyuan Yunhe said indifferently. When he mentioned this 4th level Supreme Realm youth, his face revealed a trace of anticipation. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not know that people were talking about him, let alone the influence of the Tianhe region. If he knew, he wondered what he would think. 5 elements perfection, ice and fire martial souls, divine weapon, 8 different physiques and martial souls. This is too heaven-defying. Xianyuan Haotian and the other 2 cried out in surprise. Only Xianyuan Yunhe knew about this. They had not been involved in the outside world for thousands of years, so naturally, they did not know about Li Lingtian. That's right. It's because this person is heaven-defying that he can do such heaven-defying things. However, this person can't escape our control. Otherwise, well, wipe him out immediately after he comes out. Xianyuan Yunhe said seriously. After he finished speaking, he looked at a huge crystal stone opposite him. There were some red and black dots on it. Each red and black dot represented a supreme realm expert and a martial monarch realm expert. Although they could not know the situation inside, they could see how many martial artists were left inside and where they were. Li Lingtian had been cultivating for 10 days and his injuries had recovered to their peak condition. During this period of time, he had also completely integrated the sky-turning seal and Tao will. Coupled with his cultivation base, his attack would definitely surpass an advanced heaven-grade superpower. With his cultivation at the 5th level of martial honored realm, he was not afraid even if he was facing a 5th level martial emperor. However, he could not easily use his will. After all, one attack would consume all his true essence and harm his body. After all, he was only a martial honored realm. If he was a martial emperor, such a thing would not have happened. Tao intent relied on comprehension and comprehension. This kind of comprehension and comprehension was rare and could only be encountered by chance. Every time he comprehended, he would comprehend a higher level of Tao intent and conception. Naturally, the power would also be more terrifying and magical. During this period of rest, he was also intimate with Tang Qingyue and the others. Naturally, it was normal for the three of them to be together, but this was also an occasional thing. On this day, Li Lingtian was cultivating when he suddenly frowned. Huh? Li Lingtian exclaimed softly. Even though the array formation separated them, it did not affect his perception of heaven and earth. His divine consciousness could monitor everything within a radius of 3,000 miles. Even a 9th-level martial emperor might not be able to compare to such a powerful divine consciousness. What's wrong, Lingtian? Tang Qingyue, who was meditating at the side, asked with concern when she saw Li Lingtian's expression. She was an icy fairy in public but a gentle and virtuous wife in front of Li Lingtian. She placed Li Lingtian at the center of everything. I can feel the metal elemental will of the Great Path, but there are experts fighting for it. Li Lingtian's expression turned serious as he calculated in his heart. He had just obtained the earth element's will and now he could feel the metal element's will. It was obvious that there was a mutual connection between these wills. It was already good enough for a martial soul with 5 elements perfection to obtain the earth element will of the way. However, he was unwilling to miss out on the metal element will of the way. After all, he was at the peak of the 5 elements. If he obtained the metal elemental will of the Great Path, he would be able to control 2 kinds of will of the Great Path. In that case, his cultivation would increase by a large margin. Metal-type Tao intent. Tang Qingyue was taken aback. Even she did not expect such a thing to happen. She did not expect Li Lingtian to be able to sense the metal-type Tao intent so quickly. Naturally, she knew what she was thinking but she would not ask him about it in case it affected Li Lingtian's decision. Qingyue, go and ask Mei, and the others to pack up. This metal elemental will is right in front of me, so I naturally won't give up. At least I have to give it a try. I can't just let go of such a good opportunity right under my nose. Li Lingtian had a relaxed smile on his face. He laughed at the end of his sentence. He did not want his woman to worry. Even if it was such a dangerous thing, he would still say it in a relaxed and humorous manner. All right. Tang Qingyue was smart enough to understand Li Lingtian's intentions. She quickly stood up and walked away, telling Huangfu Yuyan and the rest to prepare to return to the Divine Dragon Ring. She also told them about the metal elemental Tao intent. Soon, a few girls gathered together with concerned expressions on their faces. However, none of them said a word. This was a sign of their trust in Li Lingtian, as well as a form of silent encouragement for him. Li Lingtian activated the Divine Dragon Ring with his divine consciousness. Tang Qingyue and the rest disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were already inside the divine dragon ring. Longde, make the arrangements. 3,000 miles away, metal elemental will of the Great Path has appeared. 2 seventh heaven martial emperors. I'll set up an array formation to trap one of the martial monarch realm experts inside. You guys are in charge of killing one of them. Li Lingtian shouted at Long Hao while the other guards followed him. They stood respectfully in front of Li Lingtian and listened to his instructions. This subordinate will obey. Longde agreed without the slightest hesitation. He would not hesitate no matter what Li Lingtian said. Even if it meant sending himself to his death, he would not frown. After Li Lingtian had given his instructions, he removed the array while Longde arranged for the other martial emperor guards to prepare for the 7th heaven martial emperor. Over the past few days, the 50 martial emperor powerhouses had been comprehending and cultivating 9-9 to 1. Although they had not fully cultivated it, they could still execute it in front of them. This way, they would have some assurance when facing the 7th heaven. As long as they didn't encounter any level 8 experts, there wouldn't be much of a threat when they faced a level 7 expert. Even if there was a threat, this was their duty. Li Lingtian's figure flashed as he flew forward silently. The further he went, the denser the metal element's aura became. The destructive metal element's aura tore through the air. Li Lingtian's face was filled with anticipation as he fully displayed the metal element's destructive power. Rumble. A shocking explosion sounded. The battle between the 7th heaven martial sovereigns shook the world and the ground continued to collapse. Li Lingtian slowed down as well. He hid himself and observed the battle ahead carefully, as well as searching for any powerhouses nearby. Chapter 474, Luring the Tiger Out of the Mountain. Chapter 474, Luring the Tiger Out of the Mountain. The 2 7th-level martial emperors looked like 2 old men. I'm looking for monthly votes. This month's big outbreak. However, their strength was extremely terrifying. Li Lingtian had seen 2 7th heaven martial emperors before. One of them seemed to be from Nanha City. However, there was no need to differentiate between places in this place. As long as they were not from one city or faction, they would kill each other. If they encountered the will of the Great Path, they would kill the other party even if they were from the same family, let alone a large city. After all, after obtaining the will of the Great Path, one's cultivation and strength would greatly increase. Who would want to miss such a thing? This was something that could not be encountered for the second time in their lives. However, Li Lingtian did not place all his attention on the martial monarch realm experts. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the mountain behind the 2 martial monarch realm experts. The entire mountain peak had no soil left. It was filled with golden boulders that emitted destructive energy. Li Lingtian was reminded of his myriad returning swords. It looked messy, but it had its own rhythm. The 1,000 swords returned to the origin appeared to be 10,000 sharp swords rotating and attacking without any pattern. However, there were endless formations within the sword formation. Only a holy array master like Li Lingtian could control such a formation. This was also one of the key factors that allowed Li Lingtian to quickly control the myriad returning swords. The destructive force in this mountain peak had a mysterious pattern. Traces of metal elemental energy were all destructive power, but there was not a trace of metal elemental Dao intent in them. Although it was not visible on the surface, as long as one was a martial emperor or above, they could feel the existence of the metal type will. This metal type will must be in the mountain. Li Lingtian's body disappeared mysteriously after discovering the metal elemental will. It would not be easy to determine the outcome of a battle between 2 7th heaven martial emperors. Moreover, it would attract powerhouses. At that time, Li Lingtian would naturally not stay here and wait for one of them to be killed. Instead, he needed to do something himself. With a flash, he quickly left the battlefield and arrived at a canyon 100 miles away. Li Lingtian was busy in the canyon. 10 minutes later, Li Lingtian strolled out with a smile on his face. Rumble. Crash, boom. The two supreme martial emperors continued to bombard each other with explosions. Moreover, both of them had metal-type martial souls. Naturally, they were determined to obtain the metal-type will of the way. Li Lingtian walked out brazenly to the battlefield. The two martial emperors glanced at Li Lingtian with disdain in their eyes. Naturally, a seventh heaven martial emperor powerhouse would not take a martial honor seriously. The way he looked at Li Lingtian was like he was looking at an ant. It was completely unable to affect them. However, there was no way to get rid of this supreme realm young man. This was because his opponent's attacks were all destructive. If he was not careful, he would be killed. Naturally, he would not be distracted to deal with a supreme realm. You two good-for-nothings. It's a dogfight like an idiot. Li Lingtian looked at the two martial supreme experts who were fighting before him but did not pay any attention to him. He laughed in his heart. Even an ant could affect the life and death of two evenly matched powerhouses. Naturally, he did not have the time to pay attention to Li Lingtian. Since the other party ignored him, he naturally would not wait here. Little bastard, what did you say? Get lost, or I'll kill you. The two martial monarch realm experts were stunned. They could not believe their ears at all. A martial honor that they looked down on actually insulted them in front of them. What kind of concept was this? Old trash, come over if you have the guts. Li Lingtian extended his right hand and extended a finger. Even if they did not understand what this gesture meant, they knew that it was definitely not a good thing. It was definitely an insult to them. I'll kill you. The dragon eagle was enraged. It was the first time he had been cursed by a martial honor. Pfft. Just as he was in a daze, Yao Lin's golden shrapnel came crashing towards him. It was too late for the dragon eagle to block. He was not prepared and was heavily injured. Little bastard, I'll tear you apart today. The dragon eagle was completely venting its anger on Li Lingtian after being injured. If it were not for this revered martial artist, he would not have been injured in anger. Under such circumstances, he was no match for Yao Lin. The two of them had the same cultivation base and strength. He was not confident in defeating and killing the other party. However, now that he was seriously injured, he had lost the opportunity to defeat the other party. Instead of doing that, it was better to retreat. However, he had to kill this supreme realm expert. In a flash, he abandoned Yao Lin and dashed toward Li Lingtian. Boom! With a loud explosion, a golden beam of light shot toward Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian was prepared for this. When the dragon hawk made its move, the thunderclap wings on his body flashed and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 20 miles away. The dragonhawk's fury grew even more apparent after its attack missed. With a loud curse, it shot out and vanished with a teleport. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Li Lingtian. Yao Lin was puzzled as he watched Li Lingtian lure the dragonhawk away. A cunning look appeared in his eyes. With a flash, he flew into the distance. Since someone wanted to lure the dragon eagle away, there would definitely be experts coming here. If he were to search for the metal elemental will of the Great Path now, he would be ambushed. He had to find the hidden expert. Boom! 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 He had just flown 10 miles when a series of explosions sounded. The world trembled, and space began to tear apart in front of countless attacks. A total of 30 destructive attacks tore through the air and completely surrounded Yao Lin. I was tricked. Yao Lin's heart skipped a beat. These attacks carried the aura of a martial emperor. It was completely the martial emperor experts besieging him. There were only a few dozen martial emperors who could come to the Forbidden Land, and all of them were at the 7th or 8th Heaven Martial Emperor realm. These 30 martial monarch realm experts were definitely the powerhouses who had entered. With so many people plotting against him, wasn't this going to be a disaster? Negative emotions appeared in his heart, and his face turned ashen. He circulated the true essence in his entire body and displayed a powerful defense. The subconscious reaction of humans was to automatically block at the moment of danger. Rumble. Rumble. A series of explosions sounded as the destructive attacks bombarded Yao Lin's defense. Ah! Pfft! With a miserable cry, his protective shield and super defense were shattered, and his body was completely exposed to the destructive attack. Then, his body was thrown up like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and his body fell to the ground. Just as he landed, several destructive attacks came crushing over. There was no sign of stopping at all. Naturally, the dozens of martial monarch realm guards were cultivating non-stop. They were all cultivating the combined attack formation. When they attacked together, they naturally had a tacit understanding. This was a battle between low-level martial artists and super experts. They had to cooperate completely and seamlessly. Boom! Little bastard, don't you dare run. In the distance, there was also the sound of bombardment, but this attack missed every time. Countless huge black holes appeared on the ground, and the aura of the metal element was emitted. In just 10 seconds, the two of them had already reached a distance of 200 miles. Every attack of the Dragon Hawk was devastating, but every attack was just a little bit weaker than the Wu Zun in front of him. He was getting angrier and angrier. Tisk. Eh. At that moment, the Dragon Hawk was chasing after Li Lingtian as well. It teleported just like the last time, but the moment it landed, it heard a soft sound as if something was being torn apart. However, when he teleported, he did not notice the situation in the air at all. Then, he was shocked. In front of him was a desert-like world. The sky was dark and the figure of the Supreme Realm Expert had long disappeared. Moreover, there was no aura of the Supreme Realm Expert in the entire space. Illusory formation. Little bastard, UF***ing schemed against me. I'm going to tear you apart. Bastard. Boom. Boom. Little trash, if I don't tear you apart, I'll turn your name upside down. The Dragon Hawk in the sky kept attacking the air, but its attacks did not move at all. It cursed and attacked. No matter how powerful an expert was, they were courting death when they did not understand array formations. The Dragon Hawk felt that every time it used its vital essence, it would drain rapidly. One attack consumed twice as much vital essence. After more than 10 attacks, there was not much vital essence left in its body. He had to stop quickly. If this continued, his true essence would be exhausted. Even if the other party's Supreme Realm Expert appeared in front of him, he would only be courting death. Boom! Boom! Yao Lin kept dodging, but it was too late. He had lost the initiative and was ambushed in the dark. If dozens of super martial emperors joined forces, not even an 8th heaven martial emperor could withstand it, let alone a 7th heaven martial emperor. By the time he realized the situation, he had already suffered dozens of destructive attacks. The protective shield and defense on his body had long been destroyed. He had to rely on his physique and movement techniques to dodge. From time to time, he would use his attacks to block, but he would lose the initiative. Negative emotions would appear in his heart, and he would not be in a good state. Now, he was completely passive. Who are you? Yao Lin dodged and saw the 30 martial emperor powerhouses clearly. Chapter 475, Metal Dao Intent. Chapter 475, metal Tao intent. You guys stay here and guard. There should be more people coming. Li Lingtian hid the other 20 martial emperor guards in the array on the mountain peak. Then, he called out all the guards in the divine dragon ring. There were 65 martial monarch realm guards here. With such a lineup, even if 2 7th or 8th heaven martial monarch realm experts came, they could still hold them back. He had cast this array to seemingly block the mountain peak, but his true purpose was to arrange for this guard. We will definitely not let anyone enter this place. The 65 martial monarch realm guards said respectfully. Then, 20 martial monarch realm experts hid on both sides and formed a pincer attack. 45 martial monarch realm experts in the middle blocked the attack head-on, while the 20 martial monarch realm experts on both sides secretly used 9-9 to 1. With such a formation, even an 8th heaven martial monarch realm expert would be tricked. Li Lingtian led Long De into the mountain peak quickly. He then relaxed and sensed the final position of the metal type will. The last time he had obtained the earth element will of the Great Path, he had been lucky. An ethereal existence like the will of the Great Path naturally wouldn't be able to see a single item. He slowly displayed his metal-type martial soul and used it to sense the metal-type will. CC. CC. Energy swirled in the air as the metal-type aura dispersed. Li Lingtian unleashed his metal-type martial soul and allowed the aura in the air to erode him. If he used other martial souls and defenses to block it, he would not be able to find the metal-type will of the Great Path, which was clearly courting death. Boom! A destructive pressure blasted over. The entire sky was completely golden. The golden pressure from all directions gathered like a storm and formed a beam of light that shot toward Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was extremely shocked and hesitated. If he didn't block it, he would definitely disappear in the face of such a bombardment. If he blocked it, he might miss the chance to meet the metal-type will of the Great Path. I'm going all out. Li Lingtian hardened his heart. Since he had already mastered the earth element Tao intent, even if he did not use his defense, his physique and limitless feather coat would not be killed by the light. At most, he would be severely injured. As long as he did not die, he could repair his body. Long De closed his eyes and a hint of anxiety flashed across his face. However, he quickly flew away. Since Li Lingtian had decided to take the risk, he would not stop him. Besides, it was too late to warn Li Lingtian. Whether or not he succeeded would depend on Li Lingtian's luck. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the golden radiance struck Li Lingtian's body. Li Lingtian did not resist at all. Instead, he fully unleashed his metal system martial soul to receive the bombardment of the golden radiance. However, what surprised him was that the golden light carried the power of destruction, but when it struck his body, it was as if he had entered a hot spring. I see. Li Lingtian thought to himself. The first ray of the metal-type Tao intent was a test of a strong practitioner's scheming and courage. If he were to resist it, he would be instantly destroyed and vanish into thin air. Those who possessed great courage would not be destroyed if they did not use their attacks or defenses. A person who could make a decision in an instant in such a situation was definitely a person with great wisdom. However, there were only 1 in a billion people like this, because the subconscious of humans was to resist. The golden light enveloped Li Lingtian as streams of mysterious will entered his mind. He was completely relaxed as he sensed the will in his mind and comprehended the ultimate existence of the metal element. The metal-type martial soul was the sharpest and most penetrating of the 5 elements in the world. It was known to be invincible. It was also the only offensive martial spirit among the 5 elements of the world. A true offensive martial spirit. Even if other martial spirits could attack, they were only auxiliary. Just like a tiger, it was born to eat strong food and weak meat. A true expert was also a true attacker. Although a lamb could attack and counterattack, it was considered self-defense and could only be considered as support. Heaven and earth naturally had their own nature to collapse. Everything outside of their nature was support. The metal element was the true attack and destruction. It was slaughter and destruction. Li Lingtian's mind was extremely clear as he entered a state of emptiness. In the past, he had never seriously understood metal-type martial souls because he cared about the ice and fire martial souls and some heaven-defying treasures and skills. Moreover, he had reached the 5 elements perfection, so he believed that the 5 elements martial soul was truly under his control. However, he finally understood that he didn't understand the nature and function of the 5 elements martial spirit, let alone control the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements was not to balance the world. Instead, each martial soul had its own heaven-defying aspects. Only after the 5 elements had reached perfection would they be able to balance the world. The earth element was the master of the earth and was half of the world. Although it was not very powerful, it had a heavy power. Without the earth, there would be no world. Without heaven and earth, there would be no world, no humans, no living things. Every existence had its own mission and meaning. Metal Will, Lord of Destruction. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian finally had a slight understanding of the 5 elements. He did not encounter the other 3 types of Tao intent, but he now truly understood the earth-type Tao intent. He even managed to comprehend the earth-type Tao intent that he did not fully comprehend the last time he encountered the metal-type Tao intent. Understanding the will of the Great Path meant that one would have the opportunity to control it. Controlling the will of the Great Path was a heaven-defying move. There were also people who defied the heavens, and those who defied the heavens could achieve heaven-defying results. After understanding a little bit, his wisdom was like being enlightened. The originally blurry world became clear, and he felt an unprecedented sublimation in his heart. The sublimation of martial Tao intent, the sublimation of mental state. All the genuine vitality in his body disappeared and entered his dantian. A destructive metal-type martial soul appeared. He didn't know what was happening around him, but Long De saw it clearly. Shu. He was shocked in his heart. However, the current Heaven Sword Unity was a heaven-defying saint-grade divine power, which was also the so-called Almighty Divine Power. Although it was only in contact with Almighty Divine Powers, it had already surpassed heaven-grade divine powers. Entering the saint-tier divine power, its power was destructive and beyond the imagination of martial artists. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, alchemy saint. Long De and dozens of guards came forward to congratulate him. They were all shocked to the core. Li Lingtian's attack had exceeded their imagination. This attack was clearly not a heaven-grade divine power. It was a little like the legendary saint-grade divine power. They were envious but happy. The stronger Li Lingtian was, the easier it would be for them. At least Li Lingtian could protect himself. It was completely heaven-defying for a supreme realm expert to be able to reach such strength. They could no longer describe the shock in their hearts. They were already numb to Li Lingtian's heaven-defying abilities. Chapter 476, A Coincidence. Chapter 476, A Coincidence. Li Lingtian nodded in return when he saw the dozens of guards congratulating him. Then, he looked into the distance. The air was still trembling. Although it was not obvious, it could not escape the martial emperor powerhouse's gaze. That was the place where the Dragonhawk was imprisoned. No matter how powerful he was, he could not leave the array. He had tried everything but could not break the illusion array. His true essence was rapidly consumed, and the spatial fluctuations of the illusion array kept on fluctuating, as if it was about to collapse. Realizing this, the Dragonhawk no longer cared about the consumption of his Jin Yuan. He used the remaining Jin Yuan in his body to cast a destructive forbidden technique. If this attack could not break the illusion array, he would have to wait for death here. Boom! With an explosion, the destructive forbidden technique struck the air, causing it to tremble violently. Looking at the situation in the sky, the Dragonhawk's face revealed an excited expression. However, gradually, this excitement turned into despair because although the fluctuation in the sky was strong, it was not about to shatter. It was gradually stabilizing. If he could attack again, he could break this illusion array. However, his true essence consumed the golden light. He was only one step away from completing it. Now, he was in despair. He sat on the ground, his face ashen. Little bastard, you are too cunning. What kind of hero is using these despicable methods? If I see you again, I'll definitely tear you apart. In the array, the Dragonhawk cursed loudly. He didn't look like an expert at all. Outside, Li Lingtian and the others arrived before the array. All the guards immediately surrounded the array. Li Lingtian cast a spell and pointed his finger at the void. Suddenly, a translucent light screen appeared. The light screen was about 2 miles wide. Inside, the Dragonhawk sat on the ground. There was no vital essence in his body, and he kept cursing. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as he looked at the Dragonhawk inside as if he was watching a monkey's show. He was cursing as if he did not hear a thing. Little bastard, you're finally here. If you have the ability, let me out. After the formation changed under Li Lingtian's spell, the Dragonhawk felt the sky brighten and realized that it was trapped in a light shield. At the same time, he saw Li Lingtian. When he saw Li Lingtian, he was furious and wished he could tear Li Lingtian into pieces. Old trash, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have before you make a move. Li Lingtian smiled. With another tap of his hand, the light shield vanished and the Dragonhawk returned to the sky. However, it was now sitting on the ground in a rather unsightly manner. It was not a powerhouse at all. Shoo! It was only then that the Dragon Eagle noticed that he was surrounded by nearly 100 martial emperor powerhouses. Seeing so many martial monarch realm experts, the Dragon Eagle was stunned. Weren't there only 53 martial monarch realm experts who came in? Moreover, all of them were at the 7th or 8th heaven. There were only a few at the 6th heaven. Why were there so many martial monarch realm experts here? There were already twice as many martial monarch realm experts as those who had entered. Could it be that all the martial monarch realm experts were dealing with him? His heart was in a mess as he was completely blinded by this scene. Let's go. Li Lingtian gave a death wish before he turned around and left. Now that his state of mind had been elevated and his strength had increased tremendously, it was rare for him to waste his breath on a martial supreme who did not have any true essence. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions sounded as dozens of destructive attacks were launched at the same time. The ground kept collapsing. On the ground, the 7th-level martial emperor Dragon Eagle had long been blasted into pieces. A storage pouch flew up. Longde grabbed it and handed it to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian hovered in the air as he flew. As he flew, he checked his storage pouch and took out the 5-colored spirit pearl. After sealing it, he stored it in the divine dragon ring. 17 now. Li Lingtian muttered to himself. He had obtained 17 5-colored spiritual pearls. He was still far from obtaining 99 5-colored spiritual pearls. However, based on the number of spiritual pearls, this ranking was definitely not the last. He had already obtained 17, which was 1/6 of the total. He would at least be ranked 4th. However, this was only the beginning. There were still more than 9 months to go. During this period of time, he would definitely get more 5-colored spiritual pearls. However, his goal was not only the 5-colored spiritual pearl, but also the will of the Great Path. He had obtained 2 kinds of will, and there were at least 8 more wills in this forbidden area. He had to try to find the other wills in a short period of time, or else there would be an imbalance in the 5 elements. During this period of time, split up and search in a fan formation. Each person will be separated by a distance of 5 kilometers. When you encounter a martial monarch realm expert, form a joint attack. All the medicinal herbs and treasures. Sweep them clean. Li Lingtian said calmly. His body flashed as he flew forward at high speed to search for the remaining 95 guards. Each of them was 10 miles away from each other as they formed a fan-shaped formation to search. In this way, there would not be any casualties. If they encountered an opponent, they would take care of each other. This subordinate will obey. Longda nodded and waved his hand. The 95 guards immediately spread out and formed a fan-shaped formation. After that, all the guards flew at high speed. They would take away any precious medicinal herbs they encountered and kill any demonic beasts they encountered. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In the past 3 months, Li Lingtian had once again encountered fire and water Dao wills. Both of them were snatched from others. With his flaming sacred body and ice soul martial soul, who else could compete with him for the water and fire elements? Moreover, he had to give up even if he was unwilling to face hundreds of martial emperor guards. After coming to the Forbidden Land for half a year, he had obtained 4 kinds of will. Now, he only lacked the will of the wood element. As long as the will of the wood element gathered, he would be able to balance the 5 elements. The metal will of the Great Path combined with the heaven and sword, the earth will combined with the heaven flipping seal, the water will combined with the 10,000 miles of ice, and the fire will combined with the flaming sacred body, condensing into the origin's sacred fire. The 4 wills had become the overlords of martial souls. In front of the same martial soul, all martial souls were trash. All the martial emperor's guards finally understood that Li Lingtian was trying to condense 5 types of Dao intent to form the 5 elements Dao intent and surpass the 5 elements perfection. They did not dare to imagine what heaven-defying things would happen after the 5 elements of Dao intent were established. In the past 3 months, he had obtained 2 types of Dao wills. However, he had killed 13 level 7 and 1 level 8. All the herbs he encountered ended up in Li Lingtian's hands. More importantly, out of the 95 guards, 19 of them actually broke through. Now, there were 11 5th-level martial emperor realm guards. Li Lingtian was even more anxious after obtaining the 4 types of Dao intent. This was because he had yet to find the wood element Dao intent. The longer he dragged on, the greater the chances of the wood element Dao intent being taken away by other powerhouses. In that case, his chances of obtaining the wood element Dao intent would be even slimmer. After refining the 4 wills, he could sense the other wills, but he could not sense the wood-type wills. Although he did not obtain the wood element Dao intent, he did obtain more 5-colored spiritual beads and medicinal herbs. All of them were 10,000-year-old herbs. Li Lingtian happily stored the medicinal herbs into the divine dragon ring. On this day, Li Lingtian was about to take a break so that Tang Qingyue and the others could get used to the outside world. Therefore, he asked Longda and his men to find an environment suitable for cultivation for a few days. After all, in this vast forbidden area, he couldn't even see a single corner. It was extremely difficult to find a wood elemental will of the Great Path in the vast forbidden area. Rather than blindly searching, it was better to rely on the will of heaven. The only thing that puzzled him was that the places where he obtained the 4 kinds of will were not very far apart. The distance between each kind of will was only 1,000,000 miles. They had almost sensed the 4 kinds of wills within millions of miles, but there was still no news. Boom! The ground exploded and collapsed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The world was covered in dust. Longda was shocked. He waved his hand and a dozen martial emperor's guards flew forward while hiding. A moment later, the guards returned to Longda. Commander, a 7th-level martial emperor and 2 6th-level martial emperors are joining forces to fight an 8th-level martial emperor. One of the guards explained the situation in front of him and then retreated, waiting for Long Da's instructions. Long Da was their chief commander and also the highest commander of the guards. Li Lingtian's safety was under his control. You guys keep an eye on him. Long Da's figure flashed as he quickly returned to Li Lingtian. Others might not know, but he knew that only the East River City had 6th Heaven Martial Emperors. The other cities and forces were all 7th or 8th Heaven Martial Emperors. Naturally, the 6th Heaven who entered this place was from East River City. Since they had encountered such a situation, they could only inform Li Lingtian first and let him make the decision. After all, there was an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor before them. The last time they killed an 8th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert, all the guards were exhausted and their quintessential essence was depleted. The combined force of 5 consecutive attacks and Li Lingtian's final Heavenly Sword unity finally killed the 8th Heaven Martial Emperor. The danger involved was unimaginable, but killing a level 8 expert made him extremely excited. Young Master, we've encountered a Martial Monarch Realm expert from East River City. He's being attacked by an 8th level Martial Monarch Realm expert. Long Da came to Li Lingtian's side and told him what had happened. In fact, Li Lingtian already knew what had happened without Long Da's explanation. With his spiritual sense, he could easily discover this distance. Let's go. We're from East River City after all. It's best if we don't get killed. Li Lingtian did not hesitate. His body flashed as he flew forward at high speed. All the guards were mobilized after receiving Long Da's voice transmission. Ying Xiao, Duanmuyu, you two go first. I'll stay behind. East River Qingyun was struggling to hold on. He was already heavily injured and his true essence was almost exhausted. As he resisted, he spoke to the other 2 Martial Monarch Realm experts. Brother East River, this won't do. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we won't necessarily be killed. You go. The 2 of us will hold him back and bring the 5-colored spirit pearl back. Ying Xiao immediately said loudly. Although they didn't have any connections outside, they could only say that they were working together for East River City. But here, the 3 of them had joined forces to deal with many experts, making the 3 of them friends. Now that they had encountered an 8th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert, the 3 of them naturally understood that they would definitely be killed and the 5-colored spiritual pearl would fall into someone else's hands if they were to continue fighting. The more monthly votes you get this month, the more explosive it will be. Do you want to see 20 updates a day? Then throw in your monthly votes, favorites, and recommendation votes. Chapter 477, Gongsun Lanhe. Chapter 477, Gongsun Lanhe. Can you leave just because you want to? You're too ignorant. Hand over the 5-colored spiritual pearl and I can give you a way out. 11. Gongsun Lanhe looked at the Martial Monarch Realm experts from the 3 big cities of East River with disdain. He didn't put 3 low-level Martial Monarch Realm experts in his eyes at all. He was an 8th level Martial Emperor. Although he could not be said to have swept through the Forbidden Land, there were less than 4 people who could threaten him. Even if the other 8th level Martial Monarch Realm experts arrived, they might not be able to threaten him. Naturally, the 6th or 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm could be easily killed. These 3 Martial Monarch Realm experts were very lucky to have obtained 7 5-colored spiritual pearls. If they could obtain this 5-colored spiritual pearl, their Gongsun family's ranking would be preserved. At that time, they would be able to find a few more spiritual pearls to increase the Gongsun family's ranking. You want to kill us? Are you even worthy? Duanmuyu snorted. If a 6th level Martial Emperor were to risk his life, even an 8th level Martial Emperor would not dare to be careless. If a 6th level Martial Emperor self-destructed, an 8th level Martial Emperor would be severely injured. Let's go. East River Qingyun looked at this gap and struck Duanmuyu with a palm. Just as he was about to sending Xiao away, Gongsun Lanhe waved his hands, and the world trembled. The space around him seemed to freeze as his body flashed and disappeared. Bang! Bang! With two muffled sounds, Duanmuyu was sent flying back while East River Qingyun was also struck by a punch. The three of them immediately gathered together again. It was impossible for them to leave so easily. Give me 3 seconds to hand over the 5-colored spiritual pearl. Gongsun Lanhe looked at East River Qingyun and the other two coldly. He no longer had any patience. If they didn't hand over the 5-colored spiritual pearl, he would have to kill the 3 martial monarch realm experts. At first, he used his 8th heaven martial emperor realm cultivation base to force the 3 of them to get the 5-colored spiritual pearl without fighting. However, it seemed impossible now. Huh? As soon as he finished speaking, his expression froze. His eyes became a little solemn, and he was even more puzzled. When Gongsun Lanhe came out in surprise, East River Qingyun and the other two also noticed it. They discovered that over 100 auras were rushing toward them. They were so fast that they didn't lose out to the 3 of them in the slightest. 3 seconds. Get lost. A cold voice rang out in the air. There was no emotion in the voice. This voice immediately stunned Gongsun Lanhe. Someone actually dared to talk to him like this. It was obvious that he had just said those words. However, the voice that spoke after that was even more arrogant than his tone. It directly shouted for the 8th level martial emperor to get lost. To a lofty 8th heaven martial emperor, such words were undoubtedly the greatest insult. How could he tolerate it? Who is it? Get out here. Gongsun Lanhe didn't find any level 8 martial monarch realm experts in his divine sense. Even if they were level 8 martial monarch realm experts, he would have to earn back his reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live in the divine martial continent anymore. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the air, a series of air-piercing sounds rang out. After the sound of the air being torn apart, Gongsun Lanhe's expression changed and became ugly. Duanmuyu and the other two were stunned as well. There were over 100 martial emperor powerhouses who had appeared all of a sudden. Moreover, they were all dressed in blue with a brocade embroidered on the left chest area. Guards. The 3 words, Jin, were not eye-catching on the clothes, but there were so many martial monarch realm experts who had appeared at once. It was obvious that they were from the same organization. With so many martial emperor powerhouses dressed in the same attire, they would naturally size up the identities and origins of these martial emperor powerhouses. When they saw the words Guards Region, Duanmuyu and the other two were stunned. Wasn't this group of guards the little world Saint Alchemist? Why would they appear in this place? Moreover, these martial monarch realm experts were all at the 3rd or 4th heaven. There were even more than 10 5th heaven martial monarch realm experts. Such a lineup would be shocking no matter where they went. The 95 martial emperor guards immediately surrounded Gongsun Lanhe, but they did not make a move. The expression on Gongsun Lanhe's face changed. Although he was at the 8th heaven of martial emperor realm, he would only die if he fought against hundreds of 3rd and 4th heaven martial emperors. Looking at the other party's appearance, it was completely desperate. Such a faction would not care about the life and death of their subordinates at all. What they wanted was the final result. Didn't you call me out? Li Lingtian's body flashed strangely and he appeared 100 meters away from Gongsun Lanhe. He descended and walked toward the other side step by step. The guards immediately made way for Li Lingtian to stand in front of Gongsun Lanhe. Duanmuyu and the other two felt hopeful when they saw Li Lingtian. Putting everything else aside, Li Lingtian's guards alone could kill an 8th heaven martial emperor. Your Excellency, Pill Saint. When East River Qingyun saw Li Lingtian, he greeted him politely with a shocked expression. Li Lingtian was alone when he first arrived and he was alone when he first entered the place. However, it was too bizarre for 100 guards to appear all of a sudden. Pill Saint Master. You're the holy alchemist of East River City, Li Lingtian. Gongsun Lanhe was shocked. He had heard of the reputation of the great Eastern River City's saint alchemist. He was a miraculous saint alchemist who could refine peerless great cyclic pills. He didn't expect the alchemy saint to be just a young man. Now that he didn't offend the alchemy saint, he was really depressed. However, when he saw Li Lingtian's cultivation base, he felt a little relieved. An 8th heaven martial emperor should be able to suppress this divine alchemist. His tone was immediately filled with arrogance. However, when he saw the other martial emperor guards, he felt a chill in his heart. He had done something stupid again. In such a place, he had brought hundreds of guards with him. It was simply stupid of him to pretend to be arrogant. You're not getting lost. Do it, erase it. A mere 8th heaven martial emperor dares to act like a lord in front of me? Who the fuck do you think you are? Li Lingtian said coldly without answering Gongsun Lanhe. His eyes were cold and his face was expressionless. Boom! With a loud explosion, hundreds of martial monarch realm destructive attacks were launched. Since he was going to make a move, he would not show mercy. After all, the other party was an 8th heaven martial emperor expert. If he was not careful, he would kill a 3rd or 4th heaven martial emperor. They obeyed Li Lingtian's orders without hesitation. Rumble. I'm from the Gongsun family. Don't you dare touch me. Boom. Boom. Gongsun Lanhe felt hundreds of destructive attacks coming at him. He was shocked and quickly used his strongest defense. With a loud explosion, Gongsun Lanhe's defense was broken. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He had to use the Gongsun family's identity to suppress Li Lingtian. The Gongsun family was a super family in the entire Tianhe region. Other than the Xianyuan family, no one else could threaten the Gongsun family. However, he realized that he was doing more and more stupid things today. Not only did the other party not stop, but he also intensified his attacks. One destructive attack after another drowned him. It's really unfortunate for the Gongsun family to have trash like you. Li Lingtian said coldly. He closed his eyes slightly and ignored the battle between the martial emperor powerhouses. All of a sudden, a series of destructive explosions sounded, and the dust on the ground soared into the sky. A defensive shield automatically appeared on Li Lingtian's body to keep the force and dust at bay. Long De, who was beside him, had no intention of attacking. As long as Li Lingtian was not in danger, he would not make a move. Your Excellency Alchemy Saint, it's fortunate that I have you this time. Ying Xiao and the other two had already retreated. Even though their cultivation bases were much stronger than the guards were able to send over 100 martial monarch realm experts to attack Gongsun Lanhe at once. Furthermore, the 100 martial monarch realm guards seemed to be scattered, but they had formed into a battle group. It was like a magical formation. Their attacks were orderly, not giving Gongsun Lanhe any chance. The attacks came wave after wave and simply couldn't be stopped. Gongsun Lanhe lost the initiative and was completely beaten up passively. Even if an 8th level martial monarch realm expert lost the initiative, the chance of him dying was still very small. Although the injuries on his body were increasing, there was no threat of death when he faced the attacks of hundreds of martial monarch realm experts. Just the 3 of you. Where are the others? Li Lingtian's tone was calm. Even though he sounded like he was asking a question, the 3 of them felt that Li Lingtian was giving them face by speaking like that. After all, the other party's strength was obvious. If it were not for Li Lingtian's arrival, the 3 of them would have perished by now. In such a large place, Li Lingtian could have left if he did not make a move. He would not have come to provoke an 8th heaven martial emperor. They're all dead. Only the 3 of us are left. East River Qingyun sighed. Out of the 10 people who entered, the rest had perished. The three of them had almost died this time, but Li Lingtian, who had the lowest cultivation base, was the safest. He did not expect Li Lingtian to have hundreds of guards by his side at all times. With such a lineup, even an 8th-level martial emperor would have to look at Li Lingtian's guards if they encountered a treasure. After all, hundreds of martial emperors were a threat to destruction no matter where they were placed. Have you discovered the wood elemental will of the Great Path during this period of time? Or I've heard of someone who has obtained the wood-type will of the Great Path. Chapter 478, Frozen 10,000 Miles, 1. Chapter 478, Frozen 10,000 Miles, 1. The Inheritance of a Greater Demon. When Li Lingtian heard that East River Qingyun and the others did not encounter the wood element's will, he lost interest in the 10-meter range. However, he had heard that the inheritance of a great demon was also very powerful. Although it could not compare to the Divine Dragon clan, it was still considered a top-notch mighty figure among the demon clans. He wasn't interested in knowing about this now. He would think about it when he encountered it. After all, it all involved luck. Boom! Boom! 1 foot, more than 100 martial emperor guards surrounded Gongsun Lanhe and bombarded him. What kind of existence was an 8th-level martial emperor? However, he was now suppressed by a group of 3rd and 4th-level martial emperors. Initially, he was extremely arrogant. Now that he was being attacked by a young man's subordinate, he had lost all his dignity. He hated Li Lingtian to the bone. It's time to end it. Li Lingtian ignored East River Qingyun and the other two. Instead, he turned his attention to Gongsun Lanhe and the others' battle, waiting for an opportunity. As he spoke, the aura around his entire body skyrocketed. The sound of flowing water appeared in the air. Water-type Dao intent. Water Dao intent. East River Qingyun and the other two, as well as Gongsun Lanhe, were all shocked. This was obviously the will of the water attribute martial soul. He didn't expect this young man to have mastered the will of the water. In the sky, a Milky Way-like torrent poured down. Instantly, the entire space formed a torrent, as if it wanted to drown the entire world. Light of the Milky Way. Gongsun Lanhe's eyes were filled with jealousy and shock. He was also a powerhouse with a water attribute martial soul. He wanted to obtain the water Dao intent, but he did not expect Li Lingtian to take the lead. With a flick of his consciousness, a saint weapon appeared in his hand. The light of the Milky Way in his hand pointed at the torrent in the sky, trying to block the entire torrent. However, the will of the Great Path of Water was everywhere. Gongsun Lanhe could only resist a portion of the flood. At this moment, the entire world, including Duanmu Yu and the other two, as well as hundreds of guards, was in the torrent. Hehe, so what if it's the will of the Great Path of Water? It's just a piece of cake in front of me. After Gongsun Lanhe blocked the will of the Great Path of Water, he looked pleased. He didn't get the will of the Great Path of Water, but he managed to block it. He felt much more at ease. Is that so? The true will of the Tao of Water is to freeze 10,000 miles of land. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as the water will from his body permeated the space. In an instant, the spatial torrent changed. The originally violent torrent was immediately confined, and a glacier formed between heaven and earth. The torrent turned into a glacier. The bigger the torrent, the bigger the glacier. Moreover, there were endless glaciers outside the torrent. This was the true icebound 10,000 miles imprisonment. Ice seal. Duanmu Yu, Gongsun Lanhe, and the other two exclaimed. They had been fooled and thought that the will of the Great Path of Water was water. But now they understood. They finally understood something that they had overlooked. Water and ice were the same. Water was soft, while ice was hard. Water and ice came from the same source. By the time I found out, it was already too late. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face, but it was laced with cruelty. Do you know what the will of gold is? This is the will of gold. Heaven Sword Unity. Li Lingtian's voice turned colder and colder as his aura changed. It was originally the water Dao intent, but it was replaced by a metal-type martial soul in an instant. Moreover, this metal-type martial soul had surpassed the ordinary metal type and was now the metal Dao intent. The four of them were speechless. Words could not describe the shock in their hearts. They had obtained the will of the great path of water, and now they had obtained the will of the great path of metal. What kind of people were they? Gong Sunlanha's entire body was sealed by the ice and he couldn't resist at all. He looked at the will of gold and was furious. In the sky, Li Lingtian had already levitated. With a twitch of his glabella, the cosmic sword appeared before him. He grabbed the cosmic sword with both hands and it landed in his hands. With a golden glow all over his body and a cold gaze, he clasped his hands together and 100-meter-long ray of light appeared. The ray of light formed a heavenly sword and Li Lingtian's figure disappeared as he completely merged into the heavenly sword. Crash! Tisk! With a soft sound, the sky was split into two halves. The destructive light of the heavenly sword struck toward Gong Sunlanha. The entire process from Li Lingtian unleashing the water Dao intent to Li Lingtian unleashing the metal Dao intent seemed to take a long time, but the actual time was less than 2 seconds. Even an 8th-level martial emperor expert would not be able to react in time. Even if he was quick-witted, it was too late for him to defend against the water will of the Great Path. Moreover, Li Lingtian had meticulously planned everything. He had taken into account the other party's psychological changes and cultivation base, as well as the force of heaven and earth and the unexpected changes. Every step was calculated accurately. Even if something unexpected happened, he was confident that he could retreat safely. The heavenly sword in the sky ignored the distance and time. With a sizzling sound, the heavenly sword slashed into the glacier. At this moment, the glacier had already existed, but the restriction inside the glacier had disappeared. Even if it had disappeared, the heavenly sword had already arrived on Gong Sunlanha. Phew! Crash! A gentle breeze blew past and the world fell silent. The heavenly sword disappeared and Li Lingtian reappeared in the air. However, he did not look too good as if he had consumed too much true essence. As he landed, the ice barrier shattered and everyone came out. The glaciers disappeared without a trace, as if everything in front of them was an illusion. Pfft! At this moment, Gong Sunlanha spat out a mouthful of blood from afar. His eyes were filled with confusion. Not only him, but even Duan Muyu and the other two were puzzled when they saw Gong Sunlanha not die in front of the Sky Sword Unity. He only spat out blood. However, Gong Sunlanha's face gradually turned ashen, and his eyes became filled with despair. When the despair in Gong Sunlanha's eyes turned into ashes, a line of blood quickly appeared from his forehead and his body was split into two. Then, a light breeze blew past, and the two halves of the body turned into ashes, disappearing from the world. Shoo! When Duan Muyu and the other two saw this scene, their hearts trembled, and they could not help but exhale a breath of cold air. He had killed an 8th-level martial emperor expert in an instant. Moreover, the martial emperor expert's life force was only extinguished after a few seconds. He had never even heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. He didn't think that there would be such a terrifying skill in this world. Under this attack, even if the other party still had life, he wouldn't be able to resist. Because the other party's life force existed, as long as his will and consciousness appeared, it would be the time of death. Trash! Li Lingtian's aura vanished and he looked just like an ordinary person. His face was calm and even when he said the word, trash, there was no disdain on his face because he disdained to treat a piece of trash with such an expression. Hundreds of guards flashed and returned to Li Lingtian's side. They surrounded Li Lingtian and the rest and formed a protective circle. Seeing all of this, East River Qingyun finally understood. This was the power of a sacred alchemist. His powerful cohesion, powerful cultivation, and strength. His powerful alchemy skills made countless martial emperors' guards willing to work for him. His powerful strength made his opponents not even have the chance to tremble. Your strength is close to the 8th level martial emperor realm. I didn't expect you to obtain the water and metal will of the Great Path. Congratulations, alchemy saint. That's right. In such a short period of time, you've comprehended and mastered 2 kinds of will. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the 5th heaven. The 3 of them were full of compliments. Ying Xiao was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian's true cultivation realm. Li Lingtian was only at level 4 Supreme Realm when he first entered. However, he did not expect that he would be able to reach level 5 peak perfection in half a year's time. Level 5 perfection was only a step away from level 6. In other words, Li Lingtian had achieved 2 minor realms in half a year. It was just luck. There was a faint smile on Li Lingtian's face. Although he had broken through to the 5th level of the martial honored realm, he was feeling a little depressed. He had reached the perfected 5th level of the Supreme Realm for a long time, but he could not find an opportunity to break through. In terms of cultivation speed, he had definitely reached the 7th heaven during this period of time. Moreover, his body had also sensed the 7th heaven, but he could not break through to the 6th heaven. This feeling made him feel extremely depressed, but he was not frustrated, because this kind of thing depended on luck. How many powerhouses did you encounter along the way? East River Qingyun and the other 2 were at a loss for words. If they were to discuss this with Li Lingtian in the face of his strength and cultivation base, they would be looking for trouble. He then looked at Li Lingtian. With Li Lingtian's powerful cultivation base, he must have encountered quite a number of warriors. Along the way, he must have killed a few powerhouses. He wanted to know where these guards came from, but he understood that some things could not be asked just because he wanted to know. Yes, there are basically no more Supreme Realm experts. There should be more than 30 Martial Monarch Realm experts. Li Lingtian replied calmly without any change in expression. There are no more revered martial artists. There are still more than 20 Martial Monarch Realm experts.